Welcome, everyone, to the greatest spectacle in iRacing. 33 drivers will take on this hollowed brickyard ground for 200 laps, 500 miles. Welcome, everyone, to the CART Indianapolis 500. The fifth running is coming up in less than 15 minutes. Qualifying a week ago set the field of 33. 11 rows will lead the line for a full-length 500-mile event. How suiting that we end the month of April and begin the best month of motorsports, the month of May, just about a few hours early, 5 hours early to be exact. But we are so glad you're with us to get things started. This is not the first race of the season. We have been active already. As we mentioned, qualifying last Thursday set the field of 33. 2 weeks ago was the Brickyard Grand Prix on the road course here at Indianapolis. That helped set the stage. 27 drivers took part in that opening event. Even more, that full 33 car field here tonight. Tucker Sawyer, ABN World Championship contender, leads the CART IndyCar title series right now with 53 points over Josh Gaiman, another very familiar face to ABN fans. He sits second. Bobby Blowers completed the podium 2 weeks ago on the road course here in Indianapolis. DJ Trout and Marlo Duncan, they round out the top five. Willie Frazier, Dennis Smith, John Matthews, Mirabella Viscali, and Martin Roberg rounded out the top 10 2 weeks ago in that season opening event. Your two most tenured drivers in the field, Lance Anthony and William Rucker, outside the top 10 for the season opener. They start down in row number 7 here tonight. Further down the running order in the point standings as they sit: Daniel Pereira, Blue Jade, David Cook Jr., Sheridan Wade, Andrew Fay, Brian Edwards, Travis Rucker, Brandon Staton, Pedro Meinberg, Nate Fields, Scott Watson, and Kiel Aldridge. Of the 24 that scored points, not everyone qualified for this event. Kiel Aldridge missed out. Pedro Meinberg missed out on making this event. Andrew Fay missed out after having his time disallowed for heat-soaking infringements. That was a huge talking point going in. Billy Smith, Carson Lucas, Nick Pressey will look for better here going into the Indianapolis 500. Nick Pressey, pole position 2 weeks ago, completed 3 corners before falling out due to technical errors. Billy Smith last week, for those that missed it on Patreon, was in the fight for his life to make the field of 43. No, the field of 33, excuse me. Made it into the show, but it was a margin game of inches. We don't have the proper starting grid, but this will have to do if this will pop up correctly. Looks like we have to wait for that to pop up, but we do have a starting grid ready to go. Your front row: Sheridan Wade, Nate Fields, Mirabella Viscali. Your front row here for the Indianapolis 500. Bobby Blowers, Nick Pressey, Travis Rucker in row number 2. Kenneth Smith, Martin Roberg, and Blue Jade in the top 9. You're going to hear in a second as cars get ready to potentially get out on track here and do a practice start. You see all the cars on pit lane getting ready to go here. We'll see if we can interview one of the front row starters here in just a couple minutes. They're currently going through the driver's meeting aspect of things at the moment. And that's why it's a very quiet racetrack here at Indianapolis, the calm before the storm. But we are glad you're with us. Well, we've got the time. we do want to give a shout out to all of our Premier Tier Patreon subs that have helped us so much over the last couple months. Trade Ups Logan, Dogman2935, Nick Zora, B-Dogs, Eli Sasick, Jason Scott, Alfred Denny, Weekend Hoppy 22, Philip Snipes, Blue Jay, Tyler Head, and Colin McDonough. Your support is greatly appreciated here on ABN. If you want to join them in getting shouted out live every week, the QR code gets you that and so much more. Additional content, things like ABN Victory Lane, Beyond the Driver's Seat, driver spotlights, weekly recaps, State of the Studio. We just had a fun night on Wednesday night, last night. Had a community game night as well. Join the exclusive ABN Patreon community. Bunch of different other perks that I'm forgetting to list off at the moment. That QR code, as well as in the description down below, for those watching live on YouTube or watching on demand, will help you get settled in. And this is going to begin a very busy week for us here on ABN. Nothing tomorrow. But it will start to become a very, very busy time. Here's the upcoming races for us here on ABM. RXI Octane in Las Vegas coming up. That is on Saturday at 9:30 p.m. right here on YouTube. Those streams are already scheduled in advance, so you can find those links pretty easily on our main YouTube page. Sunday, we have the Winslow Cup Series at New Hampshire. Carnamaro racing at the Magic Mile. And the hits just keep on coming. The HTL Cup Series shootout beginning of Speed Weeks in Daytona on Monday. HTL Prelude to the Dream in Eldora on Tuesday. And then the ABN World Championship goes racing once again. That's on Patreon at Watkins Glen, 9 p.m. Eastern Time on Wednesday. Everything else on YouTube and already scheduled for your convenience to find here on ABN. You're seeing drivers already begin to roll out here. This is a practice formation lap that we are going through at the moment. Everyone rehearsing before the main show begins here. Green flag is set to fly in about 8 minutes time here on ABN for the full 200-lap, 500-mile. Greatest spectacle in iRacing, the 5th running of the CART Indianapolis 500. Good look at your front row. Indy 1 teammates. Sheridan Wade on pole. Nate Fields in second. Arabella Viscali, the rookie, on the front row. Outside in third. A bit of salute. As you mentioned, Bobby Blowers, the defending CART IndyCar champion. In row 2 alongside the reigning ABN World Champion, Nick Pressey. Travis Rucker completes row number 2. Everyone getting into position, it looks like here. Practice launch here to get everyone underway. Again, not an official start. We do not have the timing board up. It is not an official start. We are still going through the processes here. 7 minutes and counting is the official start here for the Indianapolis 500. Everyone just kind of going through the practice start procedures. You do not want your race to end on lap number 1. Not when you're expecting to be here for the better part of 3 hours. For those that are not familiar, this is going to be a long event. So buckle up and hang in there with us, because it's going to be a wild time. And you see the trouble further back, and that'll bring that practice start to a complete close. The practice now going on. Again, practice going on at the moment. We do have our overlays ready to go for the official race start. And the countdown continues. You see Sheridan Wade, the pole sitter for the race, pulling off. He will drop back into traffic here to get things dialed down. He is dropping down behind everybody at the moment. Practice his pit entry. Very smart decision to make. You only really get to practice that once before you get into the real deal. Fastest in practice is Rick Raven at the moment. Multi-time race winner as we get ready to go here at the Brickyard. Gonna be a lot of jockeying for position. We're going to go ahead and see if we can snipe Sheridan Wade for a quick interview here. So bear with us for one moment as we try to grab a hold of Sheridan Wade, your pole sitter for the 5th CART Indianapolis 500. Sheridan, this is Carmen from the ABN booth. You got a copy?
A copy.
Obviously, a lot of work going into this race. A lot of work went into qualifying. A lot of drama from qualifying last Thursday. It's you and your teammate, Nate Fields, on the front row here for the Indianapolis 500. What's the feelings going into this race?
Oh, it's nerves. Definitely getting nervous. Just hoping we stay out of trouble and bring it home.
Obviously, a lot of teamwork going into this. It's not a coincidence having both cars on the front row, first and second here. They were some of the fastest cars in qualifying, the fastest legal cars by all definitions here. That helps when there's a field of 33. You talk about trying to stay out of trouble. How important is the start of the race, though, to get that under pressure and to really just set the tone for what this 500-mile race is going to be?
Oh, yeah, it's really important, actually. Fuel saving tires, seeing how the race plays out at the start of this, and just hopefully we stay out of trouble and can fuel save and keep our tires from getting hot. And coming down pit lane, making sure we ace our pit stops and get back out with the field.
Absolutely a fantastic job here. Obviously, track position is so important here. Sheridan Wade has the premier position here. Before we let you go and let you focus on the start here at Indianapolis, if there's anyone to shout and say thank you to, the floor is yours. Congrats on the pole position, and hopefully we get to talk to you at the end of this one.
Thank you. I want to get a shout out to Indy One and everybody that's watching on the ABN studios. Shout out to my mom, Misty Fields, my wife, Cheyenne, my kids for letting me do this, and appreciate it. Carmen for being in the broadcast booth.
A fantastic job, Sheridan Wade, pole sitter here for the 5th Indianapolis 500. Going to try to go and win from pole position here tonight. Sheridan, good luck.
Thanks.
That was your pole sitter here for the greatest spectacle in iRacing. Glad he could take a second to talk to us here tonight. We do not have a 3x3 starting grid. I know, it's so sad, but we do have our nice little 2x2 graphic, which is how they lined up on the grid for us before the formation lap. Sheridan Wade and Nate Fields, obviously the teammates at the front of the field here for the CART Indianapolis 500. What better sound to have in the background here as we go through the formation than the Delta Force theme from the good old yesteryear. Third and fourth on the grid, Mirabella Viscali will be outside row 1. Bobby Blowers inside row 2. The defending series champion will start fourth. Fifth and sixth on the grid. This row will technically complete row 2 in the 3x3 formation. Nick Cressy and Travis Rucker. Nick Cressy, a former winner of the ABN Arrowhead 500, the defending ABN World Champion, has his work cut out for him here tonight. Starting 7th and 8th, Kenneth Smith and Martin Roberg. They are inside and middle of row number 3. Blue Jade will be outside of row number 3 in the 9th position. Matthias Marcomeni, the Argentinian, will be in 10th inside row number 4. Row 4 completed by Nick DeGroot and Lily Frazier. They will make up the top 12. 13th on the grid is Tim Dells in the number 84 machine. He'll be joined alongside by Brian Edwards in his number 2 car. Rick Raven will line up beside them. Lily Sharp not present for the start of this race. Rick Raven will move up to the outside row 5 in 15th position. Tucker Sawyer make that 16th for him. '17th and 18th, Andrew Clark and William Rucker. They will make up row number 6. Row 7, you'll find starting with Lance Anthony and DJ Trout, who finished top 4 at the Brickyard Grand Prix 2 weeks ago. They'll be joined by Marlo Duncan, who will leave John Matthews to his own devices. Matthews will be inside row number 8. He'll be joined alongside by Kelix Weitzel. You're going to find, I believe, in this next page here. And Brendan Blinn, one of the many rookies in the Season 5 grid. Josh Gaiman and Brandon Staton, they will make up row number 9, inside and middle. Javone Thompson will be on the outside of row number 9. Row 10 will be the inside for Casey Ellis. He will start in the 28th position. 29th will be the start for Daniel Pereira, and Andrew Frazier will round out the top 30. Your final row, you'll find Scott Watson, Josh Osborne, Billy Smith, and I believe Andrew Fay. I do not believe he's going to be racing tonight. I believe he is spectating. So our field of 33 stops at Billy Smith here tonight. But it's going to be exciting to see how these cars handle 200 laps, 500 miles here on ABN. It's the CART Indianapolis 500. Everyone excited? We are too. And we're glad you've joined us for a wonderful Thursday night of action. It is time to get ready for business. The lights are out on the pace car at the front of the field. Thank you for joining us around the world. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening to everyone tuning in to ABN Studios for what should be one of the most magical moments of the year. It is no hyperbole how important the month of May is. We wouldn't be here without the month of May, without the Indianapolis 500, the Brickyard, the pageantry and the elegance, the honor, the prestige, the superstition that this 2.5-mile circuit provides. It is the greatest race in the world. That is no hyperbole. There are very few that will ever compare to it. Built in 1909, this racetrack has built over a century of reputation, of fear, of idolation. This is a festival of speed. It is a festival, a celebration of the series, of the sport that we love so dearly. And 33 drivers have earned the right to be the fastest around this hallowed ground. Its teammates at the front of the field, Sheridan Wade, Nate Fields, and the rookie Mirabella Viscali, that lead the field to the green. Join us in a celebration of speed. The pace car has pulled in, and the green flag flies. The 5th CART Indianapolis 500 is underway. We're racing at the Brickyard. Opening 2 laps, 5 miles in the books here at the Indianapolis 500. Sheridan Wade holding off the pressure from Nicholas Pressey at the front of the field. Nate Fields dropped down to 4th behind Viscali. But everyone getting into a rhythm here early at the Brickyard for the greatest spectacle in iRacing right now. Trouble early on. Lance Anthony down in 32nd. Billy Smith in 33rd. Does provide some trouble. Trouble! Huge crash already on the opening laps. Huge trouble. Several cars involved. Martin Roberg destroyed. His 47 car is stationary. Trouble for Andy Frazier as well. Looks like Lily Frazier also involved in some way, shape, or form. Tim Dells down pit lane. His car destroyed. Huge problems here. That is in the short chute between turns 3 and 4 where the trouble took part. Everyone jockeying for position early here at the Brickyard. One fast repair, so it is not all for nothing. But that is a deep hole to be in early. So now have to go 195 plus laps with no insurance policy. One car at the toe, that was Roberg, who was not able to get back rolling. And so we will take a look at what happened here. Martin Roberg now sitting 33rd. It looks like he just gets a little bit low. Gets helped by the car behind. I'm not sure exactly who that was. Tim Dells finding latency, finding netcode on his way to the wall. Looks like the 49. But you see the chaos that sort of transpires from that. And Roberg middle of the racetrack with a destroyed race car, sort of just at the whim of the rest of the field. And you're going to see it's not going to be so good. That is the 16 that ran into him, Josh Osborne. I just realized that the music wasn't playing the entire time. My apologies. But trouble early on. Let's take another look here. I would like to get a high above look here if possible. That's a little bit too high up. Okay, so 100%. So he grabs the curbing there, that little concrete patch. Just goes a little bit too low. And there's only so much you can do there. Tim Dells, Nick DeGroot is the driver that was in question, the 89, not the 49. He didn't have any really way of avoiding Martin Roberg once he got loose. For Martin Roberg, it was a bit of a problem from the outset. And so under caution here for the first time, Sheridan Wade at the front of the field. Nick Pressey in second, Mirabella Viscali in third. A lot of your drivers at the front of the field, your first 17 cars down to Daniel Pereira did not come down pit lane. Everyone else came down for at least a check to see if they had damage. See, the lights are out on the pace car, which means we're getting ready to go back racing here to start lap 7 of 200 in the Indianapolis 500. Wade, Pressey, Viscali, Fields, Jade, your top 5. Kenneth Smith, Bobby Blowers, Brian Edwards, Tucker Sawyer, and Matthias Marcomini. Round out your top 10 as we get ready to go back underway. All cars are still rolling on the racetrack. There is Roberg. He towed. He got his fast repair. He used his insurance policy out of necessity. He'll be at the back of the field 1 lap down. But it is a very long race, the Indianapolis 500. So it begins again. 32 cars still on the lead lap. Your pole sitter is exactly where he started, at the front of the field. Nick Pressey's up 2 spots. Viscali's where she started. And Nate Fields is down 2 spots, but safely top 5 at the moment as we get ready for this restart. Blue Jade up 3 spots up 4 spots from 9th to 5th. The pace car will take the hard left down towards pit lane. And we will get ready to go back racing here. Green flag is back in the air, and away we go. Pretty good restart there for Sheridan Wade. Pressey was able to kind of keep up there with him. Mirabella Viscali asleep on the restart, almost a second behind already, coming out of turn 2. Pressey closing right up there to Sheridan Wade. It's a 500-mile test of endurance, of patience, and mental fortitude. Sheridan Wade out in front. Nick Pressey okay with letting him stay there at the moment. Save a little bit of fuel. These drivers have had to get used to a lot of new things. First time they've raced Indianapolis 500 with the hybrid systems. If you raced in the Arrowhead 500, then you've already had that experience. You did that a couple weeks ago. And here comes Nate Fields on Mirabella Viscali. Viscali down to 4th now. Nate Fields back up into the top 3. Saw a chance and took it. Tucker Sawyer also in the conversation. He has set the fastest lap of the race, a 40.339 for Tucker Sawyer, the Texan, sitting right now in the 7th position. The points leader going into this race. Still looking for his first oval win. Everyone's sitting right now behind Sheridan Wade, except for his teammate Nate Fields, who sweeps to the front. And now it's an Indy 1 race team, 1-2. Brian Edwards behind Bobby Blowers at the moment. Car 1, Car 2, Car 7, Rick Raven on the charge, trying to make a pass there to turns 3 and 4. Brian Edwards trying to defend on the outside lane. We've seen it's a mixed success. Works pretty well if you're in clean air. It worked well there for Brian Edwards, and now he's going to try to attack the number 1, the defending series champion Bobby Blowers, into turns number 1 and 2. Sawyer's going to also work on gaining his position here. Car in the fence. That is Sawyer. And Sawyer's taking the nose off of a car. Trouble! Trouble! Car up and over, and that's Kenneth Smith. And everyone tries to play the avoiding game. Smith, like a top, upside down, ends up on his wheels after a huge bounce. Sawyer just drove in deep, bounced off the fence after Smith gave him the spot. And Sawyer just bounced off the fence back into the path of Smith, who went for one of the wildest rides you can really get here at the Brickyard. And somehow that car has all 4 wheels still attached to some degree, able to roll and make it back to pit lane. His car, relatively, in a better shape than Tucker Sawyer's. Tucker Sawyer's car doing the crab walk down the warm-up lane at the moment. Second caution here in the opening 12 laps. Kenneth Smith in 32nd will have to use the fast repair. So will Tucker Sawyer. Let's take a look at what happened. And you can see already, Sawyer just bounces off the fence, takes the front wing off of the 26 car, And there's not a whole lot you can do in that situation. The car just loses all sort of downforce. And a car that's already trimmed out and losing a lot of downforce anyway, not a whole lot Kenneth Smith can do at that point. Obviously, in slow motion, 2020, you can see exactly what happens. Kenneth Smith may not immediately know the damage, and unfortunately, 2 seconds is not a lot of time to assess the damage of the race car. And you see him just pirouetting like a top on the roll bar of his Dallara IR-18. Does he get hit on the way through? I think he 100% does. I think that's Nick DeGroot again that may have tagged him, but what happened there was he grabbed the grass, and for a moment, Sir Isaac Newton decided to stop working. That's exactly what happened there. Let's go ahead and back it up here a second because we see what happened because this was just ahead of where we were focusing. Sawyer was looking to make a pass, and he made it and paid for it. This is at full speed. This is how a margin, a game of inches, can go so wrong. Trying the outside pass, and it was never really on. Just way too high up for the 97 car. And unfortunately, not an unfamiliar sight for Tucker Sawyer, finding himself in the fence here at Indianapolis on the oval. And thankfully, it looks like Nick DeGroot did not make any serious contact with the 26 of Kenneth Smith. So, not too many cars injured there. There is a wounded race car there. I believe that is Frazier. That is not Frazier. That is the 18 of Billy Smith that was wounded with his race car. I believe someone was checking up and got tagged. I think Liv Frazier is who got tagged by it. So trouble all around here, as we sit under caution for the second time here at the Brickyard. Top 5 at the moment. It's a teammate 1-2. Nate Fields now leads the way over Sheridan Wade. Nick Pressey in third. Mirabella Viscali in fourth. And Blue Jade rounding out your top 5 at the moment. Martin Roberg using the free pass to get back onto the lead lap. We will have all 33 cars on the lead lap here. Several cars using their insurance policy, that fast repair that allows them to get back into the running quickly. The tone set will be one of attrition later on in this 200-lap event. The lights are out on the pace car, which means we're going green here at the end of lap 14 out of 200 here at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. They're ready to go back racing here. Going to be an amazing restart with Nate Fields, Sheridan Wade, and Nick Pressey routing out your field, your front 3 here in this field of 33 that is still rolling, still operational. All 33 cars rolling. You can hear the downshifts as they go from 6th gear to 1st gear to get ready for this restart. Going from fuel save to max attack for this restart. Pace car is in, and the green flag will fly. We're back underway. Second restart of the night here at the Indianapolis 500. Close quarters racing here as we get back underway. Rick Raven trying to make some moves. You saw his gold machine, gold, Gould. It's the navy blue and white as he slices and dices up into fourth, getting around Mirabella Viscali. A veteran here at the Speedway on iRacing, closing in on the defending ABN World Champion Nick Cressy. And here comes Brian Edwards, attacking, getting around the 72 of Viscali. Very familiar paint scheme, that Shell Pennzoil number 2, a two-time winner of the Indianapolis 500 with Joseph Newgarden behind the wheel in 2023 and 2024. Viscali down to 6th, not pushing the issue so far. Save a little bit of fuel, keep your car in check, and do what you can here. Rick Raven jumps up to 3rd place. Almost had too much momentum. Had to check up there behind Sheridan Wade. But putting himself in the driver's seat here. On board with Rick Raven. Prior tonight, 18 starts, 4 poles, 6 wins. Pretty good resume in his part-time tenure in this series. Teammates go side by side. It prevents Rick Raven from making a move for the race lead. Very familiar to what we saw in the preseason test. The teammates trying to work together. The Rick Raven going to try to see through it. See the focus and the commitment. Rick Raven has to, again, sit behind as the teammates jockey the position back and forth. Coordinated team play between the Indy 1 teammates as they try to control the front of the field. Brian Edwards will move up into the 4th spot. Gets clear of Cressy in the turn 1. Cressy, again, not fighting too awful hard. There is an accepted position. Either you're going to battle for the race lead and try to battle the lead laps, or you're going to save fuel and put yourself in a better position strategy-wise for later on in this race. This is a long race. It is a marathon. As much as people like to treat it like a sprint, it is a marathon. Raven has split up the teammates at the front of the field. He wants to get out in front and control things from the top of the totem pole. He led that lap, too. He got there. And here comes Brian Edwards to do the same thing. They're trying to control the pace at the front of the field. They want to go all out. Raven got to the front of the field. Brian Edwards had 2 weights sitting there in P3 behind Fields. Sheridan Wade in 4th. Nick Cressy in 5th. Viscali in 6th. You got Hoosiers, 3 of them in the top 6. Everyone battling and jockeying for position. Either that or saving fuel. Got to do a little bit of both. All 33 still running. All 33 on the lead lap. From Rick Raven down to Billy Smith. Raven controlling things at the front of the field. Nate Fields closing in a little bit. Fields back out front. Got some cars hanging back here just a little bit. That is Ellis dropping behind Roberg and Frazier at the moment. Billy Smith has lost the draft by a little bit, and that'll be a concern for car 18. Meanwhile, in the mid-pack, just inside the top 10. Pretty competitive. Whoa! Flowers in the fence. Marco Mini puts Flowers in the fence. We're still green. Marco Mini tried to make a pass, was not clear. And Flowers is up in the fence hard. The defending series champion takes a giant hit to his Indy 500 chances. He's trying to get that car back to pit lane. Everyone giving him a wide berth. But it is snake bites for the Orlando Outlaws esports team. Warburg went up and over and into a flip. And now the defending champion Flowers will drop down to last and likely lose a lap under green here at the Indianapolis 500 as he tries in desperate vein to make it back to pit lane just to have a chance to get this car repaired. He will lose a lap. There is a free pass contingency in place if we get another caution quickly. But the odds of that quickly begin to fade and go away the longer this race goes under green. Raven leads the way, Edwards in second. The 7 and the 2 control the pace at the front of the field. Flowers, the defending champion of the series, goes a lap down. Under green flag conditions, it is a heart-sinking feeling because without a lot of help, it's very hard to make that lap back up under green. You need to get very crafty and very creative, and from 33rd, that is a tall mountain to climb in the opening 25 laps of this race. Brendan Bling going to try to make a pass here on Marco Mini. The Argentinian already in hot water. Marco Mini driving hot on the outside lane. Trying to find a way around Blue Jade. Crazy battles in the top 10 at the moment. Flowers now back out on the racetrack here. He is ahead of Billy Smith, it looks like, but firmly a lap down at this point in time. He's going to need a lot of friendly help. Here comes Blue Jade on Mirabella Viscali. Frazier's come down the pit lane. And is Frazier in trouble? Potentially. He has missed his pit box. That is Frazier, who is in a lot of trouble at the moment. And he will join Bobby Flowers a lap down here with that bad pit stop. Very bad pit stop. Looks like he tagged the wall under his own accord and has come down pit lane to try to get some damage repaired. As Raven continues to lead the way. Intensity beginning to pick up here as strategies begin to play out and unfold for the first time in depth. 2 cautions in the opening 12 laps have packed the field up a little bit, have changed the overview of the race. And now drivers are trying to put those plans into motion. Raven and Edwards, they made a concerted effort to move up the field to try to lead the field. Indy 1 have moved into more of a fuel conservation stance. For those unfamiliar to open wheel racing, to IndyCar racing especially, you got some tools in the cars that you can play with here. You have your weight jacker, which is your right rear spring offset. How much load goes on the right rear of the car? Do you want it to perch up off the ground, or do you want it to squat on that right rear tire? How much weight do you want to have shifted around the car a little bit? It works diagonally. You'll see a lot of drivers, especially in traffic, play with the weight jacker. You have the anti-roll bars. They work in pairs. They work in tandem, your front and the rear. Whatever you do at the front, opposite and equal to the rear of the car. You also have the fuel map, the engine mapping. There are 8 maps available on an IndyCar to control the engine. Maps 6 and 7, they're for road courses. They adjust the throttle shape. Maps 1 through 5 close off some of the throttle shaping, controlling how much throttle you're able to put in, a little bit of modulation, save fuel that way. Mix 5 is the highest fuel save. Mix 1, full push. Everyone playing with all of those tools right now, trying to figure out what they want to do, trying to figure out what the balance is going to work best for them, while also working around the cars in front and behind them. Car down pit lane, Scott Watson. Some of these cars coming down pit lane did not come down during the opening 2 pit stops. They have pit stops coming in within the next 5 laps. So this sequence of pit stops is for those that stayed out initially on the opening 2 caution cycles. This is a scheduled pit stop. They are holding on to that 35-lap pit stop, 30 laps in case of Scott Watson there. Pretty easy math to keep track of. Lap 30, lap 60, lap 90, lap 120, lap 150. Your last stop will be lap 180 if you're Scott Watson's case. Pretty easy math to keep track of there. Marco Mini trying to work the outside lane to get around Viscali, and does so. Viscali, very familiar with Marco Mini. The two came together in a crash in the Arrowhead 500 a week ago on Wednesday. Viscali, realizing her fight is not with the Argentinian. Several drivers have placed their wagers that the Argentinians not finishing this 500-mile event. We'll see how that pans out. Blue Jade also not fighting the 99 machine. Marco Mini up to 7th place. Brendan Blinn is next on the menu for the Argentine. And Marco Mini clips the fence again out of turn 1. Playing with fire. But everyone in motion here at Indianapolis. Frazier has finally left pit lane after a 4-minute stop to repair damage on that 24 machine. He is back out and running. So we will still have 33 cars on the racetrack. Marco Mini outside around Brendan Blinn as Rick Raven comes down pit lane for his first stop. Brian Edwards now leads the way, and you'll start to see the procession down pit lane for your front runners. Your top 10 have all not come down pit lane once. Make that your top 12. Tim Dells came down pit lane on lap 3. Pereira has yet to come down pit lane. DJ Trout came down on lap 4. Calix Witzel came down on lap 4 as well. So your top 16 will all need to make pit stops before the end of lap 40 as things currently sit. Brandon Staton came down pit lane on lap 12. One of several drivers that came down pit lane on lap 12. So Staton will come down and become the race leader as things currently sit. Once more cars come down pit lane and you see the procession. Edwards, Fields, Blinn, Clark, Duncan, all down pit lane. Wade back to the front. Your pole sitter leads once again. Pressy and Marco Mini, your top 3. Appreciate everyone supporting us here on YouTube. Well underway here. Marco Mini down pit lane. So is William Rucker. Everyone trying to get low down to that 60-mile-an-hour pit lane speed. Nick Pressey leads the Indianapolis 500. Car 94, and a throwback to Tony Stewart's attempt for Team Menard back in 1999. He leads the pole sitter. Blue Jade in 3rd, watching as traffic comes out in front. Part and parcel for pit stops under grain here at the Indianapolis 500. Jade will need to come down, so will Presti, so will Wade. It looks like they're coming down pit lane right now. Getting down to that 60-mile-an-hour pit speed. Very careful to do so. Blue Jade very tentative. Lance Anthony a lot more aggressive on that pit stop. So is Daniel Pereira, the Brazilian. They are all down pit lane. Viscali now leads the Indianapolis 500. Tim Dells in second. A little over a second behind. There's a car in between Viscali and Dells. But Viscali, your front row starter, started third in this race. Out in front, leading a lap, grabbing a bonus point for doing so. And pit lane time for Dells and Viscali. And Viscali obviously a lot more timid down to pit lane. Tim Dells, a lot more experienced, comes down and hits the marks perfectly. Gaiman and Roberg also down pit lane. DJ Trout, your new race leader. Orlando Outlaws, one of several cars for the esports team. Out in front right now, Witzel is now in second. Staten is in third. Sawyer, DeGroot, Smith, Matthews, Thompson, Rucker, and Lily Frazier, your top 10. Very busy pit lane for those that had not come down pit lane yet in this race. They have now made those first stops completed. Witzel is now down pit lane. Trout can go about 2 more laps before coming down pit lane. Staten can go until about lap 50 is what we're expecting here. Most of the field will come down again on lap 12. You got Staten, Sawyer, DeGroot, Smith, Thompson, Rucker, Frazier, Ellis, Smith. They all need to come down pit lane before lap 50. Here comes Trout down pit lane now, down to 60 miles an hour. Hits his marks pretty well. Close conversation at the top of the field. Staten and Sawyer. 1-2 under a blanket. DeGroot in third. This is the group that had issues earlier on in the race. DeGroot involved in an accident. Sawyer involved in an accident earlier on in this event. But they are now running here at the front of the field, and they'll have about 10 laps to do so. John Matthews comes down pit lane. That leaves us with 8 cars that need to come down pit lane in the next 10 laps to complete this first green flag pit stop cycle. At the moment, as it sits, Matthias Marcomini and Rick Raven will end up cycling to the front of the field once those top 8 do come down pit lane. It'll be Marcomini, Raven, and Pressey in that order right now. Matthews making his pit stop for the first time under green. We got a few cars off the lead lap. We'll have a better gauge of where drivers are at once the top 8 come down pit lane. Helix Weitzel just set the fastest lap of the race, a 40.174 for the O2 machine. That Honda flying at the Brickyard at the moment. And there are your race leaders, Staten, Sawyer, and DeGroot. Staten leading the way by about 3/4 of a second. Battle here for the 9th position right now between Marcomini and Raven. Pressey in 11th, Sheridan Wade in 12th. Casey Ellis comes down pit lane a little early. He had the ability to stretch it out a little bit longer, decides to come down pit lane now. So car 35 will give up the 8th spot to make this first green flag pit stop. As Staten leads the way, Sawyer has let off and has now given Staten more than a second buffer at the front of the field. So Sawyer, I'm assuming at this point, is trying to hit a fuel number. And Nick DeGroot's going to go on by, and I think that might be for the best case because they have let a 1.5 seconds go to your race leader before pit stops under green. Time is money. here at the Brickyard, and you do not want to give up time in the form of track position when pit stops are underway, and you're going to have to cycle through the back of the field. Sawyer 100% is saving fuel at the moment. He is saving fuel like no other. He just gave up another track spot that was not for position. The car behind him, Kenneth Smith, is. Staten is down pit lane. Brandon Staten down pit lane. Sawyer down pit lane. Travis Rucker, Lily Frazier also down pit lane. DeGroot, Kenneth Smith, and Javon Thompson all stay out here. So we're down to 3 that need to make pit stops here before lap 50. And DeGroot's got a pretty decent margin, 2.7 seconds down to Kenneth Smith. Marco Mini and Raven will climb more positions as they ascend back towards their spot at the front of the field once the off-sequence pit stops take place. DeGroot and Thompson are in. Smith now leads. And the busy pit lane gets a little less busy as the first round of pit stops come to a close once Kenneth Smith comes down pit lane in the next 2 laps. And Smith, as you can see right here, not far away from making that pit stop in that orange McLaren-esque number 26 machine. Down pit lane he comes, getting down to that 60-mile-an-hour pit speed. And he will cycle back into the mid-pack once everyone goes on through here. But the off-sequence pit stops will be complete. Marco Mini leads the way, the Argentinian, ahead of Rick Raven, the 6-time race winner in the series. Nick Pressey in third. The rookie started on pole at the Brickyard Grand Prix 2 weeks ago. Made it 3 corners, so technical failure left him 27th in the running order. Now running at full song here for the Indianapolis 500. He is in third. The pole sitter Sheridan Wade, top 4. Brian Edwards in 5th. Nate Fields in 6th. For everyone tuning in, we appreciate you watching live. If you are watching live around the world, let us know who you're rooting for, where you're watching from, and enjoying the 5th CART Indianapolis 500. We'll take a chance to read some of those out loud as we get further into the broadcast here. Lap 49 now underway here at the Brickyard. Marlo Duncan trying to get up to Blue Jade here. Wearing the Chip Ganassi lightning bolts, reminiscent of the kart cars from the late 90s. If the teasers are anything to go by, this car may be on brand. Some shots have emerged of Alex Palou, the 4-time NTT IndyCar Series champion and the reigning Indianapolis 500 champion, wearing the iconic lightning bolts worn by greats such as Alex Zanardi, Jimmy Vassar, and others. Could we see this paint scheme back on track in real life on the IR-18? Time will tell. We'll wait with anticipation to see what they do with that. Brendan Blinn got really antsy in turns 1 and 2. Will lose a spot to Blue Jade. Slots in line in front of Marlo Duncan. Battle for positions further down the running order. This is off the beaten path a little bit. This is John Matthews and Scott Watson, 29th and 30th. But they are, importantly, on the lead lap at the moment. If a caution were to come out, they'd be okay. However, as things currently sit, they may soon be battling to be the first car 1 lap down, because 2 cars is not faster than a line. Marco Mini and Raven lead the way still And Raven sort of just letting Marco Mini to his own devices out in front. Raven keeping close, but not pushing the issue, trying to make passes happen. It's sort of, for Marco Mini, it's the effect of walking on a leash. There's always someone close by you can't really shake away. All you can do is run to your heart's content and see what you can do. And that's what Marco Mini is doing at the moment. Battle for position further back. Pereira mixing it in there with Duncan. Brandon Blynn's gotten back ahead of Blue Jade. And the Brazilian has gotten up into the 12th position. We've gotten over a quarter way through the 5th Indianapolis 500 here for CART in the Crown Athletics Racing Tour, the Crown Athletics IndyCar Series. For the first time, we get to do something special for those tuning in and joining us from CART and watching on ABN. Some may know what it is. If you don't, welcome to Crank It Up. We're going to take a second and let you enjoy the sights and sounds of the Brickyard as 33 of the fastest continue their attack. 62 laps completed here in the 5th CART Indianapolis 500-mile race. Rick Raven is your current race leader, having gotten around Matthias Marcomini and has kind of left him for dust at the moment. Marcomini sitting in the 2nd spot. We'll kind of go through the field and give you an update as to who is where. We've got 2 retirements in this race, so we're down to 31 runners. Marcomini sitting in 2nd so far. Rick Raven, we talk about where he is at the moment. He has led 19 laps so far. This will be lap 20 led for the 6th-time race winner in the CART IndyCar Series. You see the number tick over there. Matthias Marcomini has led 10 laps here in the 500 so far. The first 63 laps completed in the book. Started this race in 10th. He is now up into 2nd place. Nick Press, who started this race in 5th, he is up to 3rd at the moment. Car 94 not doing too bad of a job at the moment. He's not led a lap yet in this race, but he's in a good spot right now. Sheridan Wade, your pole sitter, is in the top 5 still, sitting right there behind the 94 of Nick Pressey. He has led some laps early, led 11 laps in this race so far. Right now, everyone just sort of minding their own P's and Q's here. We've had 2 cautions early in the first 12 laps, none since. And it's allowed a lot of racing to sort of get underway here as they go racing. Brian Edwards sitting in 5th, started this race in 14th place, made a concerted effort to move into the top 5. Not sure if he's led laps yet. He led 1 lap earlier on in this race, but now has gotten to the even of the 5th position. He'll gain a spot here because Rick Raven, his 2nd pit stop is now underway. Started this race 15th, has led now north of 20 laps here in the opening 65 laps of the race. So his 2nd pit stop now underway. Going about 33 laps per pit stop is the number 7. So obviously, if you do the math, lap 99 will be about his next pit stop. Marcomini out in front. Came down pit lane on lap 36. And he's coming down pit lane right now. Nick Pressey will become the race leader. So pit stops well and truly underway. Marcomini, Edwards, and William Rucker all coming down the pit lane now. Pressey, Wade, and Fields, your top 3. Lance Anthony has moved himself into proximity to the top 10. Started this race down in the 19th position, and now currently sitting in the top 5. He is grinding away at this race at the moment. Nate Fields has come down pit lane. Now, people cheering for Indy 1. The race team was Sheridan Wade and Nate Fields, the 54 and the 57. That dominated qualifying a week ago. Nate Fields just came down pit lane. Sheridan Wade still out on the racetrack right now. And you see him right there behind Nick Pressey in the 2nd spot. Lance Anthony comes down pit lane from 4th place on the track. Tim Dell stays in 3rd. Daniel Pereira goes on by. Line of cars for the back down the running order. And pit lane is busy once again. Josh Gaiman comes down pit lane. Here comes Nick Pressey. Car 94 pits from the race lead. Tim Dells follows suit. Sheridan Wade back out front. The pole sitter leads once again at the Brickyard. Daniel Pereira and Brandon Staton will make up the top 3 here now, even if it's just for a moment. Nick DeGroot, Tucker Sawyer complete the top 5. Wade and Pereira, they came down pit lane on the same lap last time. They both came down pit lane on lap 37. I would imagine they might do the same thing here. Going about 33 laps on a pit stop here, and just like clockwork, here comes Sheridan Wade. How about Daniel Pereira? He's a little bit further back, 9.1 seconds back from Sheridan Wade, but he also comes down pit lane. It will hand the lead over to Brandon Statton, who can go a little bit longer. He came down pit lane on lap 45. If we're going by the 33-lap marker, lap 78 will be his pit stop window. Woo! Trouble! That is trouble. That is trouble. That's Brendan Blenn without a front wing. It looked close. It was close. Brendan Blenn almost completely lost that race car. And he has now got to limp that car back to get a changed front wing that's going to add 5 seconds onto his pit stop. But given the trajectory that car had out of turn 2, that could have been way, way worse. Limping around towards pit lane, and he's going to come down pit lane early. He just came down pit lane, too. Came down pit lane on lap 65. So unfortunate there for Brendan Blenn to be behind the 8 ball again. This time for our front wing repair. Statton stays out. Nick DeGroot a second back, trying to close in on the race lead. Tucker Sawyer right there in third, not far away. Tim Dells once again, fastest lap of the race, 40.10 for the 84 car. Exact number, 40.105 for Tim Dells. You want to know what that is in lap miles per hour? 225.39, the average lap speed for Tim Dells. His fastest lap of the race is the fastest lap of the race. Battles going on here outside of the top 8. Rick Raven has put together a 3.3 second advantage over Marco Meni. Cressy and Wade in this conversation together, battling over what might well be second best. DJ Trout. He has come down pit lane. Has he had a technical failure? The 93 might have a technical failure. He is off the timing screens now. Trouble for DJ Trout. The trouble for Orlando Outlaws continues. Raven just set the fastest lap of the race. 39.996. A 226-mile-an-hour lap even for Rick Raven. He is on a roll right now. Blistering pace for the number 7. Looking for his lucky number 7th career win in the IndyCar series. DJ Trout is back out on the racetrack here. Had a technical issue and has rejoined a lap down. There's Brandon Statton, your race leader. You're seeing what his lap times look like at the moment. Not nearly as impressive as Rick Raven's, but also on older tires, they're not going to be. But DJ Trout, for a moment, a lap down. A latency intervention for DJ Trout. Moved him to pit lane. He had to come back down. But now he is back out on the racetrack, so keep an eye on that 93 machine. Completing lap 76 here of the Indianapolis 500. Setting pretty good pace as things sit. 2 cautions early on. It's been green ever since. Over 60 laps of green flag racing so far. Racing the way it should be. Statton is down pit lane. DeGroot now leads. Tucker Sawyer in second. Javon Thompson in third. Just looking at the timing screen, seeing where we got stuff going on right now. This is the closest battle right now at the front of the field. Marco Mini, Pressey, and Wade, with Nate Fields there as well. So both the Indy 1 cars are in this battle. Once the overlap comes up to play and DeGroot, Sawyer, Thompson, Kenneth Smith, and Lily Frazier come down pit lane, this will be the battle 2nd through 5th on the racetrack. DeGroot, Sawyer, and Frazier are in, by the way. So speak of the devil, and it shall appear, and there they are. Also down pit lane, Casey Ellis. Javon Thompson now leads the way once again. His first lap led here in the Indianapolis 500 this year. Rick Raven has turned on the jets. The gap now between Marco Mini and Raven is 5.5 seconds. Rick Raven said goodbye any minute. Thompson and Smith are down pit lane now, so Raven will inherit the race lead, and this group will inherit the battle for 2nd place. And the one thing that Rick Raven would like to not see at all the rest of the race is a caution. Lap 80 underway here at the hollow ground of the Brickyard. Oh, excuse me, of the Brickyard. I was trying to take a drink. Didn't work so well. We'll try the drinking game one more time. Not by alcohol, but just in terms of water. It's a lonely booth up here. And yellow, I jinxed it. Josh Osborne is the cause of the 3rd caution of the race. Something has happened to Josh Osborne. And his car is all sorts of torn up here out of turn 2. Front wing is missing. Nose cone is hanging off the side. Left front tire is doing the wobble. So let's take a look at what happened to Josh Osborne to draw a 3rd caution of the race. He is really low on the racetrack. That is super low on the racetrack. That is not a surprise for Osborne to be out of shape like that, and it just snaps and overcorrects. I am not surprised seeing how low he was in the short shoot. Very close call. I believe it was Scott Watson that got a really close call out of that, though. Made it through, but that was dangerous. I want to back it up here, and I want to go high on the screen. And, this would explain a little bit more about what happened. So we're going to go to the chopper cam here for Josh Osborne and follow along here. Obviously, he's in season 26 now. He was not 26 when this accident took place. He was in the mid-teens. So he takes a pretty sharp dive here. We talk about the curbing, the concrete curbing you see there. He touches it. I don't think that's what upsets him. I think he just unloads his hands really early, and it just shoots him right into the fence. That's where damage is done immediately. And he ends up running down the racetrack not because of design, but because he's already a wounded race car, and that car just no longer really is controllable. And you see the right rear. I think the right rear is what collapsed and led him into that spin. And it's a violent impact there for Josh Osborne. Scott Watson played a very close game, but got through with it. The trouble for Josh Osborne as he had to make that painful drive of shame down back to pit lane. So a single car crash. It has recycled the field here a little bit. For those just now jumping in, you are watching the 5th CART Indianapolis 500 at the moment. A wonderful Thursday for racing. The last day of April to give way to the best month of motorsports, the month of May. Your top 5 at the moment, Marlo Duncan. In a throwback, Chip Ganassi Racing Machine leads the way. Andrew Clark in 2nd, Nick DeGroot in 3rd, Mirabella Viscali in 4th, Tucker Sawyer in 5th. It is the assault of the rookies at the front of the field. Lights are out on the pace car, which means we go green at the end of this lap for our 3rd restart of the night. Appreciate everyone tuning in here. No matter where you are around the world, nothing as magical as a race at Indianapolis. We'll have another Crank It Up in the second half of the race for those that love the first Crank It Up here. Just because it is a single-person booth and I need time to take a drink, take a sip of water, get things rebalanced and recalibrated on my end. Does it affect the cars as they run over debris from someone else's car? 100% it can. Marlo Duncan getting ready to lead this field back to green. If you got questions, ask them. Send them away. We'll answer them. Green flag flies. Away we go once again here at the Brickyard. We're underway. Lap 84 now underway. Here comes Andrew Clark to the front of the field. A slew of new race leaders. Trouble, Brandon Statton. And Statton has immediately reset back to pit lane. We'll see what that was like in a moment. We'll follow the restart through its completion here until everyone's getting back into a bit of a rhythm. Clark, Duncan, DeGroot, Sawyer, Viscali, Trout, your top 6 at the moment. Past position, Tyndalls gets around Blue Jade. That is for the 18th position. But everyone is re-racked and put back in order. We're going to take a second now that we're under green to look at what happened to Brandon Statton here in this event. And we'll take a look. And whoa, he is already well and truly out of the way. This was a pass by Calix Witzel. So we'll take a look here and we will slow it down. No, it's not by Witzel. That is Brendan Blend, the 51. Sorry, not the 51. That's the 05 of Brendan Blend. Just shoots him up the racetrack immediately. Debris goes flying everywhere. Car is virtually destroyed, and for Brandon Statton, he had already used his insurance policy, that quick repair. And so his day has come to a close, and I think he recognized it pretty quickly. So back to real pictures, live action. Clark, Duncan, DeGroot, Sawyer, Viscali, Trout, your top 6. Rick Raven, one of the fastest cars on the racetrack, now in the 7th position, having to work through the cars that stayed out during that 3rd caution of the race. Raven's going to make pretty quick work of DJ Trout. Trout's not going to fight him too hard, I don't think. He doesn't. Raven up to 6. Viscali in the top 5 is the next target for the number 7. On board with your 6-time race winner. Managing his tools, seeing what he's got. Raven came down pit lane on lap 81. Clark, Duncan, they came down pit lane on lap 67, so they've got to come down pit lane first. Viscali came down pit lane on lap 70. And you can hear Rick Raven get off the gas there. His car was getting to get away from him. The front was beginning to get tight. For those maybe don't follow with this a lot tight or understeer, the front of the car just doesn't bite. It doesn't grip to the racetrack. It wants to take off and just keep going straight. So you'll see it just kind of wash out to the right. Being loose or having oversteer, it's when the back of the car doesn't want to grip. It wants this. The back of the car wants to kind of be the steering wheels. So you'll see it snap around. You'll see the driver have to try to overcorrect, try to snap the car back into position. You don't see that a lot, but you do see it occasionally. You see a lot of the car being tight and having to modulate the throttle, kind of keep that car under check. You want to try to keep the car from scrubbing off speed. And that's what Rick Raven right now is dealing with. He has 6 cars in line. A lot of dirty air being produced by all those cars in front of him. Javone Thompson getting passed by Nicholas Pressey. That is for the 9th position. Pressey trying to now reel in Willie Frazier. The serpentine, the dragon effect. Everyone trying to break slipstream down the back straightaway. Duncan under pressure from Raven. And Duncan will drop down to 5th. Rick Raven will slide in front to the 4th position, excuse me. On board with DJ Trout. A little bit of latency there for Trout, actually. Very sketchy situation. He's already had issues once with latency, kicking him back to pit lane. Would like to not have to go through that experience again. Got bailed out by a caution, a very well-timed one. Lightning very suddenly strikes twice as he attacks Mira Viscali for that 6th position. More latency for Trout. Nice position there. Marco Mini's down pit lane. Matthias Marco Mini down pit lane, and there's trouble for the 99. Damage on the 99 of Marco Mini. Part of his front wing is under the floor of the car. So use that quick repair. You saw everything just snap back together. Not a great feeling to be in if you're Marco Mini. You'll go a lap down as leaders go on by through turns 1 and 2 now. It's DeGroot, Clark, Sawyer, Raven, Descali, and Frazier, your top 6. Raven applying pressure. He wants to get back to the front of the field as quickly as he possibly can. No surprise there. Everyone's still managing. It is long term and caution's out for the 4th time. And it's for Brian Edwards. Edwards in trouble, and his car is destroyed. The back of that car is completely torn off. What happened to Brian Edwards? Let's take a look at what happened to him. Trouble for the number 2. Does he get hit by Tim Dells? 100% he does. And a hard impact to the safety barrier on the outside. That car all sorts of destroyed. I want to see that from onboard Tim Dells' perspective if we can. Looks like he's going to go for a move here into turn 2. Edwards tries covering it off. There's no net code to that. That's just straight up contact. And as soon as the car loads up for the corner, there's nothing there for the left rear to really hold on to. And just snaps him around. Tim Dells loses part of his front wing. He'll have to come down pit lane and get that repaired. But for Brian Edwards, that is a pretty devastating crash here in the 500. On board with him in real time. I feel like that was a look from our short shoot cam. This is from onboard. There's not a whole lot you can do in that situation. So most of the field will come down pit lane, except for your top 5. DeGroot, Anthony, Thompson, Pereira, and Rucker. Your car that just got the free pass, none other than Matthias Marco Mini. 24 cars on the lead lap. Taking a second to breathe. We are at the halfway point. And the 5th Indianapolis 500. We're glad you're with us, joining us from around the world, wherever you are. I know we have viewers from as far as Indonesia and Singapore tuning in and watching parts of this race. We welcome you from wherever you are around the world. It's one of the most magic races on the planet, the Indianapolis 500. Nick DeGroot leads the way. Lance Anthony, one of the most tenured drivers in the series. 71st career start for Lance Anthony. He sits right now in the second spot. Javon Thompson sits in third. Daniel Pereira and William Rucker sit in the top 5. Both Anthony and William Rucker, this is their 71st start in the series. They've been ride or die from the very start. Rick Raven in the 6th position. Tucker Sawyer in 7th, your points leader going into this race, top 10. Mirabella Viscali in 8th. Andrew Clark in 9th. Willie Frazier rounding out your top 10 at the moment. "24 cars on the lead lap, down to Matthias Marcomeni, who got bailed out by that 4th caution after crashing earlier on in the race. Lights are out in the pace car. The pace car will take that hard left turn towards pit lane. We will cross the line and reach green flag with 100 laps to go. We're halfway in and a bunch more racing to go. We're back underway. A stack up further back, but we stay green, and everyone stays pointing in the right direction. DeGroot leads over Anthony, Thompson, Pereira, and Rucker. Lance Anthony takes over the lead here at a turn 4. Riding to home, looking for his first lap lead of the race. He has not had the most fun time here at the Brickyard. He does lead the lap over DeGroot. So put the 89 on the last, put the 52 as the lap leader for lap 101. Nick DeGroot back out in front. Javon Thompson in 3rd, Pereira in 4th, Rucker in 5th. Caution is out again, and it's Brendan Blinn. In trouble, that is turn 2. Josh Gaiman in trouble as well, it looks like. The 61, and he is. There he is. And there's a lot more trouble for Josh Gaiman's car. I believe that might be day done for both of them. And there's our 5th caution of the day. So what happened here between Josh Gaiman and Brendan Blinn? It looks like Brendan Blinn's in front. Just tags the fence in front of Gaiman. Gaiman tries to react but can't. And it's going to be a rough ride for both of them. Blinn goes to the inside. Gaiman just shoots up the racetrack to the outside. And it's a hard hit that completely just shears off the right side wheels. Car just completely destroyed. Likewise, Brendan Blinn. Not a whole lot he can do in that situation either. Just tags the fence. The damage is all she wrote. With Josh Gaiman, it's a lot more painful. Right on board with him. And that's how quick it is. That is exactly how quick it is. You do not have time to react. As much as you think you do watching slow motions. In real time, all you can do is gasp, basically. And so we're under caution for the 5th time here for the 500. Car getting back on the lead lap. I believe that was John Matthews. It was. They'll give us 24 cars on the lead lap once again. With Josh Gaiman crashing out here of the 500. Nick DeGroot leads the way. I saw on the pace car, which means we have one more lap of caution, it looks like here. Fifth restart coming right up here with DeGroot out in front, Lance Anthony, Thompson, Pereira, and Rucker, just as the last restart was on lap 101. Raven, Sawyer, Viscali, Clark, and Frazier running out your top 10 at the moment here at the Brickyard. Ready to go back racing here for the Indianapolis 500. Fifth restart coming up. 24 cars on the lead lap. $28 cars still running. Green flag is back out and away we go. DeGroot leads Anthony and Javon Thompson. Back to the green flag here at the Brickyard. Very good restart for the top 3. Pereira asleep a little bit behind the wheel. Refresh my voice a little bit here. Still got a long way to go here in the Indianapolis 500. Lance Anthony now leads the way. Nick DeGroot in second. Javon Thompson holding station in third. And here comes DeGroot once again, dialing back to the race lead. Top 2 have pulled away by nearly a second over Thompson and Pereira. Pereira looking for a way to get the third in turn 3. The Brazilians got it. Pereira up to P3. Meanwhile, Rick Raven is down to the 6th position. William Rucker's on the attack, but Raven on the outside lane wants the battle back for the top 5 and does. Nick DeGroot and Lance Anthony, your current trend setters at the moment. Show you an important statistic here on the tower. Laps since the last pit stop. Everyone else came down pit lane under that last caution except for your top 6. Rick Raven also came down pit lane on that last caution, so top 5 really on that last restart stayed out. They've got to make pit stops here pretty soon. But everyone jockeying for positions in the meantime. Here's where everyone started here. Fiscali, the only front row starter in the top 10 at the moment. That is how jumping up the field is right now. What is the track temperature? That's a really good question. Let me pull up that little infographic on the right side of your screen. The track temp is 96 degrees. A very manageable temperature right now. Just had a car tagged the wall. I'm waiting to see where that is. Looks like it might have been Marco Mini further down the running order. But 96 degrees is the track temp. Air temp is 68 degrees. Pretty realistic for where we're at right now at the end of April. As Lance Anthony takes the lead right back, but it's a very manageable 96 degrees for the track temp. The reason why I say that is because track temp is obviously very important. It's a really good question to ask. The track temp is so important here. 96 degrees, it gets a little bit tricky. It doesn't help the cars. Obviously, the cooler the racetrack, the more grip the racetrack will provide, the better the cars handle. This is not bad at the moment. I would say unbearable is when you start looking at like 105, 106, start getting up there in those numbers. That's when it starts becoming a little bit unbearable. The biggest thing the drivers are worrying about right now is not the track temperature, it is the wind speed. 12-mile-an-hour winds, and they are crosswinds. What that means is that they're crosswinds on the straightaways, on the long straightaways, on the front and back stretches, which means that it's a tailwind right here. And that can create problems for the cars. These cars are very aerosensitive. They are trimmed out. They are smoothed out. They produce the least amount of downforce that they're ever going to produce at the expense of trying to produce the least amount of drag that they're going to produce. Mother Nature can really play with that and really mess things up. It's a headwind right now is where the wind is at. So turns 3 and 4, a little bit easier to handle than what 1 and 2 is. And that makes sense. All the trouble we've been seeing so far in this race has been in turns 1 and 2. Drivers with really tailwinds going through the corner, it pushes you out of the corner. It pushes you wide. And you see everyone having to overcorrect, having to fight the car out of turn 1. That's why Brendan Blenn got caught out. Brendan Blenn got caught out. He went out a little bit too wide, didn't have the room to correct himself, to give himself the space to avoid the wall. They're going over 220 miles an hour. Life comes at you pretty quick. But you're seeing that's the struggle. Turn 3 and 4, easy, piece of cake. Here comes the Groot down pit lane. This is par for the course as we're sitting right now. So Lance Anthony now takes over the lead, and Rick Raven's going to look at that and say, thank you very much. I'll take it from here. So the wind is going to be the biggest problem right now. It just spiked to 15 miles an hour. That is a huge factor. That is way more of a factor right now than the track temp, which just went up to 97 degrees. It's very noticeable. And you're seeing that all around the racetrack. Turn 3 and 4, again, a little bit easier on the racetrack. Turns 1 and 2, that's where the difficulty is going to sit. And because the wind speed is not fixed, it's adjusting. It's between 10 and 50 miles an hour. Caution's out. And it's Kalex Witzel in trouble, and a pretty decent amount of it. That is in turns 3 and 4 this time. What happened to Felix Witzel? Bobby Blowers making an immediate emergency pit stop as well. It looks like that might be his day done. The defending series champion might be calling it curtains here just after the halfway point. Let's take a look at what happened to the 0-2 for our 6th caution of the race. We're on board with him. He's side by side with Marco Meni. I know how this is going to end. Yep. Yeah, that's a painful hit. That was a car going in the air. I don't know if it was Blowers or Marco Meni that went airborne, but one of them did. And the unfortunate part is that none of these cars had fast repairs. Their insurance policies were used in the opening 12 laps. That's painful. Well, right on board with Marco Meni. And see what he saw. Yeah, he just clips the curbing and drifts up right into the 0-2 machine. Up and over goes Marco Meni. Bounces in a pretty spectacular way. Blowers goes for a bit of a ride. It does not get a lot worse than that. It really doesn't. So total for a bunch of cars here in this. Marco Meni still getting repair work done on that 99 machine. Looks like Bobby Blowers' day is effectively over, it looks like, from here. Brian Edwards, Brendan Blinn, all in trouble at the moment. There's DJ Stroud on the racetrack there in 17th. Looks like he had issues as well, but it looks like his were latency related. They were not crash related. So Marco Meni, Edwards, Wetzel, Blowers, all in trouble here early. Edwards coming down pit lane and now coming back out of pit lane. He was the free pass recipient, I do believe, which will give us 22 cars on the lead lap. Marco Meni undergoing some mandatory repair work. And we'll go a lap down as a result. And that car is not going to feel great even after the fact. For those tuning in and joining us, we have just passed the halfway point. We are coming to 82 laps to go. Right now it is rookies at the front of the field. Mirabella Viscali, Andrew Clark, Marlo Duncan, and Nick Cressy, the reigning ABN world champion, in 4th. Your pole sitter for this race, Sheridan Wade, top 5. His teammate, Nate Fields, in 6th. Tim Dells in 7th. Blue Jade in 8th. Nick DeGroot in 9th. And Rick Raven, who has led the most laps so far in this race, rounds out your top 10 here in the 5th CART Indianapolis 500. When we go back racing, permitted that we don't have a caution immediately, we're going to jump and do a second crank it up. It's a full-length race. Normally we'd only do one a race, but with us doing full length and with this already being live now for over 2 hours, we're going to throw another one in here on this restart. So enjoy the sights and sounds of the restart of this race. And again, for those that are just now jumping in and are new to the broadcast tonight, let us know who you're cheering for. Let us know where you're watching from. And enjoy some magic in action. trouble through turns 1 and 2. Brings us under our 7th caution of the night. Multiple cars involved. You saw the debris. Rick Raven, Lance Anthony. Looks like the epicenter of the crash there. Two of the stronger cars at this portion of the race. I think effectively out. A lot of damage on both cars. Rear of Rick Raven's car is completely destroyed. And looks like the front of Lance Anthony's car is completely torn off here. So let's take a look here. Unfortunately, cutting crank kit up a little short. Here's what happened. And we're going to look from high above. Oh my goodness. I'm going to take another look at that because I can't believe the amount of netcode that I just saw. So this starts, let's go ahead and pause it here. So it starts up here with Rick Raven, and I believe that's Blue Jade who's in this conversation. It is. Blue Jade is the car in the conversation in question, side by side. Raven's trying to make a pass on the outside lane. Roll the tape. Jade just rips up the racetrack. Raven's just late to the party. That is one of the worst cases of latency I have seen in my life. One of the worst cases of netcode I have seen in my life. My goodness. That's awful. Obviously, Raven goes back to pit lane because there's not a lot you can do with a broken rear end. Looking at it one more time because I am just in awe. Raven, again, late to the party. It's a bold move that it worked out a bunch. It just didn't work out here. The Sawyer, that was not netcode for Sawyer. It was netcode for Lance Anthony, who I'm assuming right now is beyond belief at what just happened. Because his car goes for a wild ride. It goes for a tumble. Tucker Sawyer, nowhere he can go. He's in it no matter what. But Lance Anthony had it cleared. And now his car is completely destroyed on pit lane. And there he is. He's going to use his. He's using his quick repair. He's using that insurance policy that everyone got one of to start this race. And it looks like Rick Raven also coming out of pit lane. They will be a lap down, but they will have some semblance of a race to go for here. But what a rough wreck there. Our 7th caution is a violent one, and it's one of disbelief. Lights out on the pace car. Means Go Grant the end of this lap. It is Clark, Viscali, Duncan, Pressey, Wade, Fields, your top 6, as they were last restart. Dells, DeGroot, Carrera, and Thompson. That's where it gets a little bit more tricky. Only 5 retirements in this race so far. Officially. A bunch of cars in pit lane. Looks like Tucker Sawyer's day has come to an end, so there'll be 6 retirements officially. Looks like John Matthews' day is done, so a lot of retirements kind of beginning to jump their way to the board here. John Matthews, Tucker Sawyer, Brendan Blinn, Brandon Statton, Josh Osborne, Billy Smith, and Andrew Frazier. All out. Calix Witzel and Bobby Blowers on pit lane. Their race is effectively over from here. Casey Ellis is still running at the moment, 2 laps down. So let's try that crank it up again on this restart. It's Clark, Biscali, and Duncan, your top 3. As we approach 76 laps to go here in Indianapolis. Enjoy the sounds. Oh, trouble! Trouble already! Jade! Jade in trouble in the background. And we're under caution immediately. Blue Jade in the background got turned. And our 8th caution happens on an instant. What happened to Blue Jade? They got turned on that restart. Let's take a look here. We'll take a look at full picture because there's no reason not to. We're under caution. Oh. That is the accordion. People were trying to game the restart. Jade smacked the brakes because she realized that everyone wasn't going. And the rear brakes snapped the car around. Blue Jay didn't get hit by anybody. Blue Jay was checking up because everyone was trying to game the restart and failed to do so. That's exactly what happened. So Jade will come down pit lane to repair that race car. And we're back under caution for a very early cycle here. And so they will cycle back around. And with that being the case, we're going to step aside ourselves for a moment to get ourselves in check here and get ready for this upcoming restart as well. So stay tuned. We'll cover the next restart here in just a couple minutes. Until then, enjoy the sights and sounds of Indianapolis here on ABN. Welcome back, everyone, to the 5th CART Indianapolis 500, or 8th caution of the race, leading to our 8th restart here with less than 75 laps to go. Is Andrew Clark leading the way over Mirabella Viscali and Marlo Duncan. A lot of stuff coming up here on ABN beyond just what you see on the live broadcasts. Podcasts and more available using the QR code on the bottom right of your screen. Come in and join the party and support us for what we do 5 days a week. A lot of stuff coming up here on ABN across the next 7 days. If you don't want to miss it, come on in and join the party. Andrew Clark, Mirabella Viscali, Marlo Duncan, Nick Pressey, and Sheridan Wade, your top 5. As we get ready for our 8th restart of the race. The pace car is in, and the green flag flies. We're underway once again, and everyone gets to the yard of bricks this time. Wait a lap, make sure everyone completes the lap under green before we try to pivot to crank it up here. Clark, Viscali, Duncan, and Pressey, the top 4. It is a rookie conversation at the front of the field. Ahead of your front row starters, your pole-sitting team, Indy 1. With Wade and Fields, 5th and 6th. Tim Dells in 7th. Nick DeGroot in 8th. Pereira in 9th. Thompson in 10th. Car down pit lane is Brian Edwards. Car number 2. Coming around to 71 laps to go. We see green flag laps now underway. Let's go ahead and crank it up for the second go around and enjoy the sights and sounds of the later stage laps here of the Indianapolis 500. Enjoy. 60 laps to go in the greatest spectacle in iRacing. Nick DeGroot leads the way. Your pole sitter Sheridan Wade sitting in second place at the moment. Pit stops underway here for the penultimate time. For those coming up pit lane right now, they'll have one more pit stop to go in the last 30 laps of this event. Very straightforward stuff. Not a lot of math you need to do there. Wade comes down pit lane now. In the second position, it's DeGroot, Pereira, William Rucker, Willie Frazier, and Kent Smith, your top 5 as things currently stand. Eight cautions in the Indianapolis 500 so far tonight, with less than 60 laps to go. Would not, I think, be a stretch to think that there may be one or two more. So DeGroot leads over Pereira, Rucker, Frazier, and Smith. Further down the order, battle for top 10 is going on between Josh Gaiman, who's recovered nicely from his crash earlier on in the race, Scott Watson, and DJ Trouts, 10th and 11th at the moment. On the order, we also have a battle here between, it looks like, Tim Dells and Marlo Duncan and Mira Viscali not far up the road. Sheridan Wade, Nate Fields, this is where some of the cars that just came down pit lane, this is where they cycled out to 13th through 18th place right now, is where they sit. Teams lead the way. Pit stops are not far away for this group either. They came down pit lane on lap 114 to lap 116. So pit stops for them are happening here within the next 5 or 6 laps, I think. That's how we're currently sitting. But they will also need a pit stop to get to the end of the race. See DeGroot putting Rick Raven a lap down here. And that is sort of just indicative of how different this race has now been, with the leaders really flipping over this race. Rick Raven and Lance Anthony, two of the stronger cars running. Now both a lap down. Raven trying to get back on the lead lap here. But the issue is that he also needs to make a pit stop here in the next 10 laps. He's not in this position because he's off sequence. He's in this position because he's just trying to be on the lead lap. And that is devastating for someone that led 23 laps earlier on in this race and has been one of the fastest cars of the race so far. Gaiman and Trout continue to battle it out. Not the first time we've seen these two battle on the racetrack on ABN screens. Both of them used to be veterans of the HTL Cup Series. Sandell's getting around Nick Pressey here. This is 13th on down. Piscali, Dells, Pressey, Duncan, Wade, and Fields all in this conversation right now. As they wait for the rest of the field to come down pit lane. DeGroot at the front of the field, leading by about half a second over Daniel Pereira, Brazilian, sitting in second. William Rucker in third. Willie Frazier in your top four at the moment. When we crossed our finish line with DeGroot in our center screen focus at the moment. When he crosses the line, it'll be 50 laps to go in the fifth CART Indianapolis 500. Still very important pit stops to make. And he's going to come make his pit stop right now. Daniel Pereira inherits the race lead once more. And caution comes out immediately. And it's DJ Trout. DJ Trout involved in our ninth caution. That is in turns 3 and 4. And that car appears to be done. What happened to DJ Trout? The Nebraska native in trouble for our ninth caution of the race. Looking from above, what happens to DJ Trout? He's in the fence here, and he gets turned. I believe that's by Josh Gaiman. I think I need to roll that back, because that confuses me for a second. Hold on. So we're watching DJ Trout here. Let's watch it in full speed, because I need to see exactly what he did. Oh, he 100%. He was just trying to go wide for the corner entry, and he scraped the wall, and he just slowed down in front of Gaiman, who was not expecting him to tag the wall, and he got spun for it. That is wild. Absolutely wild. And there's not a whole lot Josh Gaiman can do in that situation, because you normally don't see cars on the straight line drive into the fence. Gaiman got a little bit of his front wing broken. That's a 5-second repair. Doesn't look like any suspension damage for the 61. And it's hard to tell if there's any damage on the 93 car. So looking at what the pit stop's looking like at the moment, I'd say the answer to that question is probably no. Because Trout's in 14th place on the lead lap and already through pit lane. All right, that was a wild little part of the race there. Less than 50 laps to go. Trout survives. He's in the top 15. And this is going to be a very interesting sort of situation going on right now, with cars going to come down pit lane. This is unusual. This is extremely unusual. So Daniel Pereira, who has not been on pit lane since lap 116, had the ability to come down pit lane and elected to stay out. I understand the methodology behind this. The methodology, the thought process here is there's still 2 pit stops left to go in this race. But he is now well and truly alone on that strategy. It's a bold move. We'll see if it pans out. It's Pereira, DeGroot, who just made a pit stop, got bailed out by that. Tim Dells, Mirabella Vescali, Nick Pressey, Marlo Duncan, Sheridan Wade, Nate Fields, Willie Frazier, and Javone Thompson. That's your top 10. Everyone getting lined up and ready to go, racing once again. Our 9th restart of the race. We're back underway here in Indianapolis. 47 laps to go. Pereira on fresh tires. We'll be able to reel in Pereira. DeGroot on fresh tires will be able to reel in Pereira pretty quickly. And Pereira's just going to come to pit lane anyway. Such a baffling decision. I would have taken that pit stop and just ran for it. Because now he's alone, and he'll be on the verge of going a lap down immediately under green, whereas he would have been in the pack. And it's not going to give him an advantage because everyone still has 1 pit stop to make. So he has well and truly just thrown himself out of the conversation for the lead of the race. These drivers more than aware there's one more pit stop left in this race. Once they get to about lap 170, you're all good for the rest of the race. Everyone can now safely hit that 170 number. Tim Dells trying to reel in. DeGroot penalty lap 150. Tim Dells penalty lap 138. Mirabella Viscali penalty lap 139. Same to Nick Pressey. But that's fine because they all can get to 170. And that's the magic number you need to hit. An important aspect to all of this right now is that Rick Raven and Lance Anthony, 2 of the faster cars that were involved in an incident earlier on in the race, they're now both back on the lead lap, trying to work through the field. Raven just works his way around Brian Edwards for the 14th position. Lance Anthony in 16th place. Travis Rucker getting around DJ Trout. And so will Rick Raven. Nancy Anthony working on Brian Edwards now. Right now, still stuck in the 16th position. Nick DeGroot continues to lead. And for Dells, Viscali, and Pressey, who last pit on lap 138, lap 139, a little fuel save does go a long way. Helps you safely get to that lap 170 marker. So they're not really going to push the issue with DeGroot leading the way, because that is someone that can carry the line. Well, they save enough fuel to make sure they can get to lap 170 without any pressure. Dells and Viscali, they close in on the 89 of DeGroot. Everyone rolling at the moment in the right direction. Rick Raven up to 11th place. His next target is Javone Thompson. Less than 40 laps to go. And everyone's chasing the magic number 170. Makes that last pit stop a no-brainer to get to the end of the race. Second through fourth, trying to make sure they can get there. They should be able to pretty safely. A little fuel save didn't hurt, though. Especially when you're in touching distance of the race leader. Pretty easy to manage, all things considered. Nick DeGroot has taken over as the most laps led holder at this particular point in time. He has led 32 laps of this race through the first 163 laps completed. And they're not going to really challenge him to take those laps away. Pole sitter Sheridan Way was trying to look for a way around Marlo Duncan. Couldn't find one. Stays sixth. On around board Tim Dells. I want to hear how much he's lifting out of the throttle here to stay behind the 89. Up to sixth gear. He's not lifting before the corner. That's kind of a surprise. Typically, if you're trying to fuel save, you would lift before you tune in. That's not really happening. He's lifting as he's turning in. He's doing the proper racing line, which is fine. but he's leaving that car full throttle all the way through 6th gear, but he's not attempting to pass. He's getting a huge run of momentum, but he's not taking it. Again, he is saving a little bit of fuel. By holding position like this, he is saving fuel. I'm wondering if he's doing this just to make sure he stays ahead of Viscali. Maintain enough momentum to just stay ahead of Viscali, stay out of reach of the 72, which is possible. Cars that they are approaching right now. And so we have flying Daniel Pereira. Daniel Pereira and William Rucker are who they're approaching at the moment. I'm going to hazard to say that this did not turn out the way they were hoping it would, if they are still losing time. Rick Raven is in this league group. He is in the top 9. So one of the big threats has returned to the front 10, trying to vie for a win here of the Indianapolis 500. .170 the magic number. We have hit it. The pit window to the end of the race is open. Everyone stays out, waiting a little bit longer. Trouble. Travis Rucker. And we're not going to see green flag pit stops. That's done. Travis Rucker in trouble. And the stage is now set for a 25-lap sprint. This is what happened to 83. Pretty self-explanatory ride there. Doesn't look like a lot of damage, thankfully. Looks like a little bit of front end damage right here. But that looks repairable. And I think he's counting his lucky stars that it is. Because otherwise, that would be a very horrible, heartbreaking way of losing that one. The car he bounced off of was DJ Trout. So everyone's going to come down pit lane here. Absolutely everybody. There you go. Pit lane is about to be a very, very busy place. Nick DeCrute wins that battle off pit lane. Rebella Viscali in second. Tim Dells in third. Marlo Duncan, Nick Pressey, Sheridan Wade, Nate Fields, Lee Frazier, Kenneth Smith, and Rick Raven, your top 10. Our 10th caution tonight. Travis Rucker bouncing off a DJ Trout and into a spin. Keeps the car rolling. Free pass recipient that last go around was Martin Roberg, who is just now leaving pit lane. It'll give us 20 cars on the lead lap. Wave around, Travis Rucker. As we get ready to go back racing, we'll have 21 cars on the lead lap. It'll be a 26-lap shootout. Whether you've been with us for the entire race or you're just now jumping in, we appreciate you spending your evening with us. It comes down to this. No more planned pit stops. It's a sprint to the finish. Survive while you can. Nick DeGroot leads the way. He's led the most laps so far in this race. Mira Viscali started this race in third. Is the highest placed rookie qualifier. Trying to battle for a win here at the Brickyard. Tim Dells in third. Marlo Duncan in fourth. The defending ABN World Champion Nick Pressey, top 5. Pace car is in. The green flag is out. The 10th restart is underway here in Indianapolis. Viscali gets the front of DeGroot. Holds onto it through turn 3. Tim Dell sitting in third. Couldn't quite capitalize. Duncan in fourth. Pressey in fifth. Protecting the inside lane is Viscali. DeGroot goes the outside lane, goes the long way around and clears. 25 to go. And caution's out again. 11th caution. And it's a huge crash. Huge crash. That's game in center of your screen. Casey Ellis involved. It looks like Travis Rucker involved. Javon Thompson. Also torn up. Gaiman's car, all sorts of destroyed. Our 11th caution today will give us less than 20 laps to go. And this is the least surprising part of a 26-lap sprint to the finish, is that you will not have 26 laps under green. Let's take a look at what happened from high above. Josh Gaiman driving hard. Unforced error there. And Casey Ellis follows, just target fixates on the 61. Gaiman goes into a pirouette. And oh my goodness, Travis Rucker ramps off the back of Javon Thompson. And there's Casey else. That was, excuse me. Who was that ran into Gaiman before? Let's see if I can take a look at that again. But Travis Rucker goes into the fence directly. So it's Josh Gaiman. Who's that behind him? Daniel Pereira. Pereira's the guy behind him who target fixates. And Travis Rucker goes for a wild ride up right into the fence. And you want to talk about a physical crash. There you go. Rucker riding along the catch fencing there in turn 2. Just painful. Very, very painful. And so, laps shaved off. Nick DeGroot leads the way. Free pass going to... Trying to see who that was that just got the free pass. I believe it is Andrew Clark. Indeed it is. Quote from Josh Gaiman. Permanent damage. Just didn't like cold tires. Yeah, the cold tires I don't think appreciated being pushed as hard as they were either. And it's a send into the safer barrier. Daniel Pereira followed through, did the same thing. Had to come down pit lane and get repair work done. Front wing has been repaired on the 34. He is back out and running. For others, not so fortunate. Josh Gaiman's day is done. Javone Thompson's day is done. Travis Rucker's day is done. Casey Ellis's day is done. Joining Blue Jade. Multiple laps down, but Blue Jade is still rolling. Has a chance to gain some more positions, potentially up to the 20th spot. John Matthews' day is done. Tucker Sawyer's day is done. Kalex Weitzel's day is done. Bobby Blauer's day is done. Brendan Blenn's day is done. Brendan Statton's day is done. Josh Osborne, Billy Smith, Andrew Frazier, their day is all done. And attrition, as we mentioned at the start of the race when we had the 2 cautions and 12 laps, attrition would be the name of the game. And that is exactly where we're at. Coming to 21 laps to go. And unfortunately, it's not blackjack. It's not how close to the sun you can fly. It is how strong you can survive. Nick DeGroot leads the way. 3 Hoosiers in the top 7. Viscali, Fields, and Wade all in that conversation. 3 Hoosiers, all of them on the front row for this race. They're a home race. But it's Nick DeGroot that leads the way. Started this race in 11th position. And has been strong throughout. We'll have another lap of caution. It looks like the lights are back on the pace car, so we'll go green with 20 laps to go. In the last 20 laps here, a huge shout out to our Patreon Premier Tier subs. I've done a lot of legwork supporting us here over the last couple months as we move from Twitch to YouTube. Only part of our support. ABM Plus tier subscribers as well. Also a big shout out to them as well. As we reach 20 laps to go when the green flag flies again. It is going to be a wild ride. We encourage you to join us. We have a lot more coming up this weekend going into next week. The Arcside Octane series from Las Vegas on Saturday. That's on YouTube at 9:30 p.m. Eastern Time. Winslow Cup Series racing Sunday from the Magic Mile, New Hampshire at 7:45 p.m. Eastern Time right here on YouTube. The party on YouTube continues on Monday with the start of HTL Speed Weeks from Daytona. It's the HTL Cup Series Shootout Monday, 8 p.m. Then on Tuesday, we do some dirt track racing, the Prelude to the Dream. All of that here on YouTube, Saturday through Tuesday. Wednesday, we'll be on Patreon for the ABN Champ Car World Series race from good old Watkins Glen. And then we'll be back here on Thursday for the IndyCar Series from Milwaukee. "20 laps to go. 17 on the lead lap. It's time to go back racing. The green flag flies and away we go." Tim Dell's asleep on the restart. Viscali hot on the restart, right on the heels of Nick DeGroot. Looking for a chance at the race lead. Side by side, down the front straightaway they go. Into turn 3 and 4. They remain side by side. DeGroot and Viscali battling for the race lead. DeGroot has the advantage, has the line, has the lead. Down the front straightaway they go. But the conversation is now wide open at the front of the field. DeGroot defends the inside lane. Viscali's got to think big picture. This is DeGroot's only race this season. Viscali's ahead. Is it confidently ahead? Yes, she is. Viscali to the point. Out of turn 4 as the race leader. Tim Dell's now back in the conversation. So is Marlo Duncan and Nick Cressy. Your top 5, serpentine down the front straightaway. Viscali defends the inside lane. And here comes Tim Dell's looking for a chance at second place. And everyone has to figure it out in turn 1 real quick. Otherwise, someone wasn't going to make it through. Viscali defends the inside lane as much as possible. Use the hybrid. DeGroot, a lot of momentum. Shades of Newgarden 2024. Outside turn 3, outside turn 4 this time, though. And Viscali holds on to the inside lane. They mirror each other down the front straightaway, and Viscali has the advantage in turn 1. Viscali grabs the race lead again out of turn 1. Tim Dell's trying to find a way through once they get around Nick DeGroot. If you can put Nick DeGroot in traffic, he's going to struggle. A little bit of contact between Duncan and Dell's. Duncan on the outside lane trying to find a way to muscle through for P3. Cressy watching from 5th. Doesn't want to get too close, wants to be able to pick up the pieces. Dell's on the outside lane, no draft, no slipstream. Now he's got some as DeGroot goes for the race lead. And again, outside lane just not as prevalent on the outside of turns 1 and 2 as they are in 3 and 4. And Viscali leads again. Defends the bottom again. And here comes Duncan. Looks to the outside, no dice. DeGroot leaves it wide. Rick Raven in 6th. He has joined the party. It is a 6-car fiesta at the front of the field here in Indianapolis. Dell's looks to the inside of Duncan. Dell's looks for 3 wide. Dell's goes to the lead. Tim Dell's goes to the front of the field. Duncan tags the wall. Down to 6 goes Marlo Duncan. Dell's to the front, but here comes Viscali and here comes DeGroot. Coming to 14 to go. if you're in the top 16, you've still got a shot. Anything can happen at the Brickyard. Dells keeps it tight out of turn 1. Completely squeezed Viscali. Got the race lead. Viscali has to respond down the back straightaway. And does respond down the back straightaway. Grabs the lead right back. Turn 3. Tim Dells is timing it. He is seeing how quickly he can get back to the front of the field here while you've got the laps in hand and you've got the position to do so. DeGroot in third. Peeks to the outside. DeGroot sweeps outside, looking to get around Viscali. Viscali led that lap. Side by side they go at the front of the field. Behind the front two is a line of vultures waiting for any single mistake. Can be a thousandth, can be a tenth, can be the car. They will be there to pick it up. Wheel to wheel, Tim Dells and Mira Viscali for the marbles of the CART Indianapolis 500, coming to 12 laps to go here in the Brickyard. Rick Raven up to fourth, looking for third, looking for more. Dells in the fence, off the back of Viscali. Dells in the fence. Tim Dells in the fence. The cars come to a stop, and this is going to be a caution. And the field freezes, coming to 11 to go. The field freezes, and Rick Raven can touch the lead of the race. And Viscali's hands are about to get a lot more full. Contact between Tim Dells and Mira Viscali, neither wanting to lift, neither giving an inch. And Tim Dells, who had ran into issues earlier in the race with Brian Edwards, has found trouble himself in the final stanza of the Indianapolis 500. He is trying to make it back to pit lane. Looks like he will. He is caught up to the back of the field. Looks like he got away with a lot of... It doesn't look like a lot of damage on the 84 right now. I'm not sure how much of that is latency or netcode. But we are going to take a look here at what happened to set up this final, potentially, sprint to the finish. And we need to back it up a little bit because this is a conversation that begins well beyond the start of turn 1. It is 2 by 2 down the front straightaway. Rick Raven sweeps to the inside of Nick DeGroot. DeGroot doesn't fight him too awful hard there on that either. Backed out of it, didn't want to be a part of what was coming up, and a good foresight there for DeGroot, I think, is how this plays. Yeah, that is netcode, I think, 100% there. It's close. It's tight. But not a whole lot you can do in that situation. And Dells just kind of brings it to a stop here in turn 2. Then he went coming to a stop, but it was slow enough for the caution to come out. He was just trying to wait for. He was just waiting for people to go by, and unfortunately, the caution does fly. And he is down pit lane for some repair work now. PJ Trout leaving pit lane. Blue Jade leaving pit lane now. Multiple laps down is Blue Jade. $15 cars, 16 including Tim Dells on the lead lap. Hopefully Tim Dells can stay on the lead lap here. And for Mirabella Viscali, suddenly your hands are full. Rick Raven, Nick DeGroot, two of the most dominant cars of this race, are now second and third. Marlo Duncan in fourth. Nick Pressey, the defending ABN World Champion, in 5th. Nate Fields, Brian Edwards, Willie Frazier, Lance Anthony, and Kenneth Smith, your top 10. As we sit, with laps ticking down, left to go in the Indianapolis 500. Reminder, this is IndyCar rules. There are no green-white checkers, no overtime, no overdrive, nothing like that. This race can end under caution. Realistically, if a caution comes out after lap 197, it's over. It is 100% over. If it comes out lap 196, we might have a restart. But there are fine margins now in play. You can't afford too many more mistakes in this race. Viscali's going to be mirror driving. Rick Raven's going to be full attack as he has been most of this race. Same with Nick DeGroot, Marlo Duncan, Nick Pressey. The Vultures waiting in wait. Lights are out on the pace car. We're going green with 8 laps to go. Goosebumps here up in the ABN Studios booth. For everyone tuning in, you've picked the right time with less than 10 laps to go, coming to 8 laps remaining in the 5th CART Indianapolis 500. The rookie looking for the miracle. Nick DeGroot getting back into position here. Had to stop for something, but he's getting back into the 3rd spot, reclaiming his 3rd position for this restart. Very fortunate that he didn't completely miss out on this restart. Everyone getting bunched up and ready to go. Pace car takes the hard left. Down pit lane. Viscali, Raven, DeGroot, Duncan, Pressey. Top 5. With 8 laps to go, the green flag flies. We're back underway here in the Brickyard. Intensity is an understatement at this particular point in time. And Viscali looks to defend immediately. Raven looking to attack. Viscali, mirror full of the 7 car. Ravon goes to the outside. A little bit of contact between Duncan and Pressey as Ravon goes to the front of the field. Viscali to 2nd. Got really tight in turn 1. Ravon now leads the race, looking for his 7th career win in the series. Viscali looking for her 1st. No attack, no chance. Coming to 6 laps to go in the Indianapolis 500. Ravon to the inside, Viscali on the outside. Hybrid in deploy. Trouble in the back, trouble in the back. Tim Dells and DJ Trout. DJ Trout spun around backwards. Oh my goodness, we will have a restart. That's the important aspect of this. There will be a restart. Viscali leads. It's Trout that's backwards. Tim Dells is in pit lane, has been in pit lane for the last 5 minutes. He was not involved. It was DJ Trout that was involved. And that will likely bring his Indianapolis 500 campaign to a close. Here's what happened to DJ Trout. We'll play it in full speed. Not sure that was to make contact with him. We'll have to go back and take a look. But a heavy shot to the outside wall for DJ Trout. Looks like Andrew Clark. It is Clark. And this is a send pretty far down the running order. And just sends the 93 for a bit of a lip. And for DJ Trout, not a whole lot you can do in that situation. Just trouble all the way through. And there's only so much you can do in this situation. Rear suspension breaks, and you quickly go from driver to passenger in a single-seater vehicle. Trout's day is done, less than 10 laps from the finish of the Indianapolis 500. Viscali, Rick Ravon, Nick DeGroot, Nick Pressey, and Marlo Duncan, your top 5. Laps tick away. Lights are on the pace car, which means we'll have less than 5 laps to go. We'll have at least one more lap under safety car conditions. Free pass recipient, if I'm not mistaken, Blue Jade. There it is. She goes around. She's still in the 18th position. Will gain potentially on both Tim Dells and DJ Trout. Jason Martindale watching. I had to look up what netcode damage was. Netcode is just contact that doesn't actually happen. To kind of explain what that is, we use netcode and latency interchangeably. The connection to the server indicates that there's damage. It's a lot of just telemetry updating itself, which processes all that stuff. If you have a poor connection, it'll feed to the driver that wrecks or the driver that is in proximity that there's contact. When there's not, it's predictive. Yeah. Exactly as Josh Gaiman pointed out there, it's a bit of a desync issue. But it's basically, if you're talking about netcode or latency, it's normally because of contact that's not really there. And we've seen that a few times tonight. It's usually, in sort of iRacing terms, it is usually at its worst in cars that go the speeds that Indy cars can go. When you get to 200 and plus miles an hour, 210, 220 miles an hour, that's when the desync, that's when the latency in the netcode can get at its worst, because iRacing has a predictive system. So it tries to predict where cars are going to be on the racetrack. It tries to use telemetry to predict for its collision physics. And that's where the latency in the netcode comes into play. If it predicts if it predicts contact, if it predicts an accident, it'll follow through despite the fact that there's nothing indicating an accident would actually take place. It is a cruel part of the esports world, but as I've said so many times about racing in general, it's not fair sometimes. It just sometimes is what it is. You keep your chin up and you move forward. You have 15 cars battling for the Indianapolis 500 crown. Coming to 3 laps to go, 7.5 miles left in this race. And the pressure cooker is on full blast. Viscali out in front. Ravon in second. DeGroot in third. Pressey in fourth. Duncan in fifth. The green flag flies once again. This is effectively the point of no return for the greatest spectacle in iRacing. Viscali's got to defend heavily. Ravon and DeGroot will be attacking at full pace. Down the back straightaway. DeGroot's going to box Ravon in. 3 wide for the race lead into turn 3. Ravon's got it. Viscali's going to get tight. DeGroot's still there. Viscali's still there. Viscali surges back on the inside lane. Mirabella Viscali leads with 2 to go. Ravon's going to have a second shot. Latency for DeGroot. Trouble. DeGroot in defense. DeGroot's in defense. Is this the race? Is this the race? Not quite. 2 to go. Viscali second, Pressey third. They're all chasing Rick Ravon. looking for his 7th win in the series. We're coming to the white flag. This is the final lap. 1 to go here in the Indianapolis 500. Viscali gets to the bottom. Viscali leads to turn 1. Cressy to the outside. Nobody's lifting. Trouble out behind. Duncan in the fence. But we're on the white flag lap. We're racing it back. Viscali, Ravon, Cressy, top 3. Who you got? Through 3 and 4 for the final time. Ravon on the hybrid. Gotta go the long way around. Watch out for Nick Cressy, outside lane, side by side, drag race to the finish. Here we go to the start-finish line. Rick Ravon wins the Indianapolis 500. They duked it out, and Rick Ravon on an outside pass grabs victory at the Brickyard. Viscali will have to settle for 2nd place, and Nick Cressy will settle for 3rd in the Indianapolis 500. Brian Edwards 4th, Nate Fields in 5th, Lance Anthony in 6th. I'm out of breath. William Rucker 7th. Willie Frazier rounds out at top 8. Andrew Clark in 9th. Your pole sitter Sheridan Wade in top 10. What a finish. What a finish. Everything you can throw at it. Everything you can throw at it. And Rick Raven, respecting the bricks, parks in front of the start-finish line. No burnout, no theatrics. A respectful celebration, parking it on the yard. That means more than any other. Not just in motorsports, but in the world. His 7th career victory in the IndyCar series comes here at the Indianapolis 500. A statement win for Rick Ravon and car number 7 here to end the month of April and begin the month of May. We'll talk to our podium finishers, all 3 of them here in just a moment. A magical moment here at Indianapolis. We're going to walk through that white flag lap, and then we'll go over the finishing order, and then we'll talk to our top 3. There is nothing more magical than a race to the finish here at Indianapolis. Viscali, in Pato Award fashion, led the white flag lap, doing everything she needed to do. And in Newgarden fashion, Rick Ravon with a Newgarden-esque pass. You see Duncan hit the fence, and everyone scrambles to get around. And it is quite simple in that situation. You just can't lift. Turn 3, Viscali thought it was covered, but it's the hybrid. That hybrid deployment mid-corner just helps everything. Viscali opens the door to the inside lane, tries squeezing the 1. I don't know if it would have helped. The 2 rookies to the series denied a chance to win the greatest spectacle, this series' biggest event. And it's Rick Ravon, the veteran, the gunslinger, that grabs victory here in the Indianapolis 500. Rick Ravon, your race winner, stands in attention at the start-finish line. And we appreciate him doing so as we go over the finishing order here in the Indianapolis 500. Rick Ravon, we'll talk to him. We'll talk to Mirabella Viscali. We'll talk to Nick Cressy, your top 3 here in this race. Brian Edwards 4th, Nate Fields top 5. Lance Anthony, a wild race. He recovers to finish 6th. William Rucker finishes 7th. Willie Frazier in 8th. Andrew Clark and Sheridan Wade the pole sitter for this race, finishing 10th. The Brazilian in this race, the lone Brazilian, Daniel Pereira, from 29th on the grid, he finishes 11th. Kenneth Smith, he had a wild race himself, was upside down at one point in that 26 car. He finishes 12th here in the 500. Scott Watson from 31st to 13th. A successful day at the Brickyard for the 29 camp. Marlo Duncan, what could have been a top 5, could have been more. Instead, it's 14th for the 12 camp. And you'll be kicking yourself after this one. Nick DeGroot, same goes for him. Latency at the worst possible time. A challenge for the race win that never came. After starting 11th and leading the most laps in this race, only managing to finish 15th feels like a gut punch. Blue Jade does take over the 16th position with DJ Trout in pit lane. DJ Trout will end up being 17th place, Tim Dell's in 18th. And you look at a lot of your retirements at the end of this race. Martin Rothberg did see the checkered flag. Matthias Marcomeni did not. Josh Gaiman did not. Javone Thompson retired. So did Travis Rucker. So did Casey Ellis. The retirement list, the attrition rate was high. And it continues here. John Matthews, Tucker Sawyer, Calix Weitzel, Bobby Blowers, Brendan Blinn, Brandon Statton, Josh Osborne, Billy Smith, Andrew Frazier, all out. Andrew Fay acting as a last case alternate. Did not need to take the start. We saw 33 take to the field in the Indianapolis 500. It's time to do interviews for the greatest spectacle in iRacing. One of the biggest spectacles we've had on ABN in over 13 years. Absolutely magical. Let's start with the defending ABN World Champion who was trying to reach magic here in the IndyCar Series. Third place finisher Nick Pressey. After a wild race, walk us through how that race went for you. That was just something else tonight.
We can't keep doing these late race restarts. They hurt my heart like hell. Like, I'm in good health, but these late race restarts might change that for me. Yeah, the middle portion of the race was kind of the what are we doing portion of the race, where I just felt like I couldn't get anything done. I couldn't make my way through the field. When we had that pit stop around when we tried to stay on that one caution around, I'd say lap 125-ish, all of a sudden things just really came together. Of course, not enough for a win, that would have taken some misfortune on the far front too, and maybe a more completely charged battery on the white flag. I only had about a third of the battery from all the stuff I had to do to get by the 12 and whatnot, because he's really good. He's really hard to pass. Took some real heroism not to bin us both when I made that move.
You talk about the heartbreak. It's not your first time coming close, but not getting it. Obviously, just a week ago, it was a near call and a loss to Edson Santos, who failed to qualify for this race. Third place, a wild time. Obviously, walk us through sort of, you said the late race restart, sort of the bane of your existence at the moment. What all could you do? Because, again, it's a traffic game at the end of the race. Obviously, you get the third place, and you're sort of just out of arm's reach there. Is there anything more you could have done at that situation?
Honestly, the only thing I really could have done was stop, if I maybe stopped the 12 from getting by me earlier, about like 30 or so to go, or maybe kept the 1 from getting by me earlier, I'd say I had a better shot. Heck, even if I reacted better to the net code with the 89, there's a few things that could have been done better there at the end. It's just that sometimes these are just the hands you get when you have to play them the best you can. my child of the year had a lot of problems winning this race as well. So, but maybe next time it'll be my turn.
The season's been up and down for you here at the Brickyard. You started in pole, went 3 corners at the Brickyard Grand Prix 2 weeks ago. This time you go all 200 laps, very needed, going the full race distance, and you fall just about a tenth short from winning the greatest spectacle in iRacing. We go to another track that is very historic. It's the only track older in the United States, the Milwaukee Mile, in 7 days' time. You get a race finish under your belt, some big time momentum here. How much does that help shape how the month of May is going to go for you here on Thursday nights?
Milwaukee's a horrible track for me, so maybe this will change my fortunes just a bit. We'll put the practice in. I'll talk with some of the people on my team and for some advice. I know that Bryce is really good at Milwaukee, from my understanding, so I'll be consulting him on some stuff to do there. Other than that, this finish does make me feel good. But I gotta get some water because I haven't done that yet today. I'm exhausted.
Well, before we let you go and let you obviously rehydrate and obviously catch up on the Knicks and Hawks game, you're gonna want to watch that game because that was a wild one to watch. Before we let you go and let you catch up and enjoy the rest of your evening, if there's anyone to shout and say thank you to, the floor is yours. A phenomenal drive to get to the podium and try to just hang in there. Attrition was a factor of survival of the fittest, and that 94 was one of the fittest tonight.
Yeah, I'd like to thank the league here at Crown Athletics. So it's always a lot of fun to do an Indy 500, and to come so close on my first try. Ravon bested the rookies today, but I had a lot of fun for what it's worth.
Go ahead.
I'd like to thank you for putting on the broadcast tonight. I know my mom was watching. I hope she was happy seeing. She doesn't really get to see these that often. So I'd like to thank you for that. I think my uncle was watching too. I'd like to thank iRacing for giving me something to do. Giving me some simulacrum of my childhood dream, you could say. It's been great. Let's keep going.
It was a lot of fun to watch up here in the booth. Nick Presley finishes third, the defending ABN World Champion. Comes close here at the Art of Bricks once more. We'll see him again in Milwaukee in 7 days' time. We'll see him next Wednesday as well at Watkins Glen, his home racetrack for the ABN Champ Car World Series Grand Prix of New York. Nick, congratulations on the podium. Obviously, we'll see you a lot next week. We'll see you on Monday. We'll see you on Wednesday. We'll see you on Thursday. So good luck in those races as well. And we'll be talking to you again very soon.
Always an immense pleasure, Carmen. Thank you.
That was Nick Presley, our third place finisher here tonight. A magical run for him just to get to this conversation, to be a part of that lead fight. We go to the heartbreak. It is the Pato Award position from a couple of years ago for Mirabella Viscali. Best rookie finisher in the field. Started this race in third. So close to a race win. You had it in turn 3. It was the drag race out of turn 4 that everything unravels. Walk us through that race, Mira. That was a hellacious fight, to say the least.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, after the first stop, I didn't really think I had a chance at it. I ran myself out of gas, and I thought that was it right there, and somehow came back to fight at the end. And I got to say that's a lot thanks in part to the strategy that Marlo and I had, and we were just working together really well and just crunching the numbers, saying, okay, we can make it here, we can't make it here, and stayed out a couple times, and it benefited us in ways that, yeah, I mean, it just worked out really well for us at that point. At the end there, I fought so hard, but I wasn't going to race anyone dirty for it. That's not how I win these things. yeah, I mean, the second hurts a lot, but when it's your day, it's your day. When it's not, and that's okay. I mean, we'll win one of these eventually.
Opportunity always knocks. We always say that luck's the intersection of talent and opportunity. The talent is there. The opportunity was right at the fingertips here. And you talk about, sometimes it's your day and sometimes it's not. The superstition, I think, rings true sometimes. This track sort of crowns its own victors. You lead out of turn 3. And again, we talk about the Pato Award position for those that are watching that maybe aren't familiar. 2 years ago, Pato Award led the white flag lap, leads down the back straightaway. In real life, Joseph Newgarden passes into turn 3. Not so much here. Rick Ravon grabs the pass in turn 4. How different was it with the hybrid deployment? Was that the key difference? Or was there a difference sort of the tire wear and sort of having to manage that over the last 20 laps with the start and stop process of the cautions?
I think me being out front for most of those laps at the end was huge, and that helped a lot in my ability to fight at the end. And that's as much as I said at the end. I said, I have the freshest tires of anyone in the field at this point. It is it's either I'm gonna win this thing or I'm gonna die trying. I didn't do either of those, so that's kind of good. I think that actually puts me in the points lead, I want to say.
I
We're
can
very
definitely take
close
a look
to
because
it.
they're uploading those points right now. So
Yeah,
give me a second to check that for you.
yeah, pretty close to it, I think. Let's see.
You
Yeah,
are in the points
points lead.
lead, and it's not close.
Cool. Wow,
The
that's
73
cool.
points for you. Tucker Sawyer's second with 58. So you have
That's
almost
cool.
15, 16 points advantage.
Wow, that's cool. Okay. Well,
So
that's
important.
nice.
Sometimes it's important to be
Yeah,
the first loser because the
yeah,
points lead's a little more important.
yeah, and I think that's definitely part of it there. God, I want to cry, but at the same time, I'm looking for the positives. I have a lot of cool people supporting me. Uh, Marla, of course, my girlfriend Erica. I know she's watching. Uh, I don't know if Luna's watching, but if you are, appreciate you watching as well, Luna. Um, Blue, um, Emma, like I got so many people. Bailey, of course, um, and Scarlett as well. I say I'm thankful for all my girlies that support me in this, and God, it sucks to let them. I feel like I'm letting them down with the second, but from what I've seen, everyone's proud of me, so I don't think I have really much to hang my head about as much as I want to.
A second place here is worth so much. It is one of the hardest races to do on your own. It's the hardest solo endurance race, I think, that's available. It's really hard to do. Second place, there's drivers that don't get to finish top 10 in this race and under any circumstances here. This is a race that had 14 cars on lead lap at the end of the race, less than 20 finished. That in itself is a statement of how difficult this race can be. For that 72 car, which by the way still looks pristine, that is a badge of honor. The points lead is important. And, see one heartbreak leads to an open door. The season continues on after this. This is 2 races in out of 18. The Milwaukee Mile up next begins the rest of the chapter of how this season's going to go. You now are the one being chased at the top of the standings. How do you approach Milwaukee knowing that you have now stepped against some of the best that the series has to offer, and you came out with a shiny car, a lot of points, and a huge amount of pride knowing that you were the best of the new class of drivers in this field, taking on one of their absolute best and leaving it to the last second?
I've never actually had the points lead ever in any racing series I've done over my 27 years of living, and I would say basically 27 years of racing, it feels like, as well. I've never led the points before, so I really don't know how I'm going to approach this. I think I'm just going to approach it like any other race at this point and just put my best foot forward and keep trying to win, like I did at Indy, like I did in your league with the champ cars. it's no matter what, I think that's just the best way to do it, is every race, one lap at a time. We'll make it happen, and whatever happens, happens, I guess, right?
It's going to be a lot of fun to see how it all plays out here again. Milwaukee in 7 days' time. No rest for the weary here in the CART IndyCar Series. Mira, before we let you go, obviously you shouted out a bunch of your friends that were supporting you throughout the evening. I know some of them were live watching throughout the night here, but if there's anyone else you want to shout and say thank you to, the floor is yours. Congratulations on the second place. Best rookie result. If they had a Indianapolis 500 Rookie of the Year 72 car, definitely earned it here this week.
Oh gosh, I mean, I'm just gonna go right back through everybody again. My lovely girlfriend Erica, of course Marlo, Blue, Bailey, Emma, Scarlett, Lily. I forgot to thank her the first time around. I apologize about that. That sucks. I know she's in Thailand right now. She's probably not watching, but she's awesome nonetheless. I gotta thank Rick. I know he's been doing this for a long time. He could have raced me a lot harder and a lot more dirty than he did. It's like he raced me so clean, and I gotta thank him for just putting on a great race. I gotta thank everybody with the CART staff putting on a nice, good race here. I think it was incredible to see a race so well, like especially the qualifying was so well officiated, and I know there was some controversy with that, but they stuck to it, and I really do appreciate them sticking to their guns. And of course, I got to thank you for putting on the broadcast so all my amazing friends can watch this, and I can watch it back later as well.
And it was an absolute treasure to watch here tonight. 200 laps of absolutely amazing racing here. Mirabella Viscali, the Rookie of the Year for the Indianapolis 500, and now, for the first time, points leader of the CART Crown Athletics IndyCar Series as we head to Milwaukee in 7 days. Mira, congratulations. Obviously, we'll see you again on Wednesday for the ABN Champ Car race in New York in Watkins Glen. But enjoy your night. Congratulations. And I know we'll talk to you again very soon.
Thank you so much. I can't wait for next week.
That was Mirabella Viscali, the Rookie of the Year for the CART Indianapolis 500 this year. Third place starting position, second place at the finish for the 72 team. So close to winning at home, one spot shy, but points leader. That is the important aspect. There is a championship on the line that goes well beyond tonight. And Viscali now has the advantage, has the keys to that title race in her hands. We move on to the man of the hour for what should be a very fun conversation. Career win number 7 in the CART Crown Athletics IndyCar Series. Rick, this is Carmen from the ABN booth. Walk us through that race. That was absolutely magical, but it was stressful for the number 7 team walking through the field on multiple occasions tonight to try to get to this race win.
Let's see, walk you through the race. Well, I started 15th and worked my way up. Guys were pretty much, I think, saving fuel. I was too. I was in map 5, was still able to move up through. I don't know. I mean, it really wasn't stressful. You try to tone yourself down for big events like this, any Indianapolis 500. You don't want to get yourself all the nervous energy and, all of that stuff. So you just kind of, okay, it's just another race. Just relax. All right. And the only time I started to get a little bit tense was after we made contact. I went to the outside of somebody blew something, and we made contact. I'm like, geez, hold your line, dude. And that sent me in a wall. I says, well, that might be that, because I know I got a tow to the pits. I couldn't get back there. And then it was just a matter of, really just balls to the wall. I mean, just trying to get back. And, it's funny because I knew that Lance and I were fighting for the lucky dog. And I got around Lance and I thought, you know what, if I have enough time to work my way up to the leader, if I can get by him and the yellow comes out, I get the wave around and Lance gets the lucky dog. So that I was able to do that, and that worked out. And Lance came around too, and I was like, hey, you're welcome. And he was like, yeah, thanks, Rick. That was cool.
It set up a fantastic run. Obviously, you talk about just having to sort of you go all out and sort of just set the tone yourself in this race. And obviously, you a veteran of this series, your resume beyond this series is pretty electric. A lot of different race wins, whether it's here. You're one of the veterans of this car. 6 wins going into this race and 18 starts. That's a 33% win rate in this car in this series. A good number. Now it's 7-19, including here at the Indianapolis 500. That last setup, the last 20 laps, pretty obviously intense on its own. It's going to be, everyone's been locked up for the better part of 3 hours now. The hybrid was a huge factor. Some passes being made with it, some passes being prevented by it. How did that pass come to be? Because everyone was offline at the end of the race there. No one was in where the grip was at. How do you make a pass in turn 4 when you have maybe a lane to the wall?
It's I guess it's technique, and you've got to have your roll bars and your weight jacker set just right to make it stick. I've run so many laps around this place. I mean, probably literally hundreds of thousands of laps. So I'd like to feel that I've got it down pretty good. By the way, shout out to Nick DeGroot. I love that guy. I've raced with him for years, and it's great to see him out there again. So big shout out to Nick. Great to see you, buddy. But as far as the last yellow flag, the last green, the last restart, you never know what to expect. You could get an immediate yellow and then you're stuck in second place. Or, what should you do? Should you try to take the lead and then hope for a yellow and then you're the one that's in front? I've lost more races that way than I've won. So, or do you wait for the last lap to make that move? And, so it's kind of like you're not sure which way to go. But Visali was very cunning and played it very defensive, but not dirty, which is good. Racing hard, but racing clean is what it's all about. And I wasn't sure, which way to go, but he left the top side open. And so I took it and hope for the best. And of course, you wait, you've got that stupid hybrid, which I hate, by the way. Should you use it now? Should you wait? Is he going to use it? Yeah, okay. It mixes things up, but it's just spec racing that drives me half out of my mind. I miss the old days, and I'm like an OG. I miss those days of the 80s, in the 90s. But here we are, and you got to work with what you've got. I didn't know if I was going to be able to drag race to the line and beat him. I thought that Pressey behind was probably going to snooker both of us and get like a double draft, and because we've seen that before. But
yeah,
fortunately it worked out. I was looking to my left. I got the VR, and I was looking to my left, and I saw that I still had like a couple of feet were coming to the line, couple of feet. Pressey was back there, and I went, holy crap, we're going to win this thing. Came across the line. I was like, wow, I can't believe it. After all that, after being a lap down and so on and so on, I just got 3 letters, FMW. That's a code.
It worked out obviously fantastically here for the 7 camp. A race win here in the Indianapolis 500 is a big deal. We talked about it going in. One of the drivers with the most experience going into this race is what you were known for there. Everyone kept an eye on you. Obviously not front row on the starting grid, but that didn't matter with 200 laps, 500 miles in the way. The next question is this. Obviously, part-time driver, most of your tenure here in the series. When will we see you next on the racetrack in the IndyCar series?
Next week. Next week. You didn't see me in the first race because I run another league on Thursdays. We were wrapping it up, and we were 3 races away from the finale. And so I was hoping that I could lock up that championship. And so I did on that Thursday. And I was like, I wish I could have made the kart race, but now that the championship's locked up, I'm going to forego the last 2 races. And this is my new Thursday night home.
We get to see the Daytona 500 winner in Milwaukee. Another historic racetrack coming up next week. That's exciting. I can't wait to see you on the racetrack again. Before we let you go, though, and let you celebrate, obviously we're approaching 11 p.m. on the East Coast here. Before we let you go and let you celebrate your race win and get ready for the rest of the weekend coming up, though, if there's anyone to shout and say thank you to, sir, the floor is yours. Congratulations on an amazing race. Well done, start to finish here for the 7 camp.
Well, thank you so much, Carmen. Thanks to you, obviously, in the booth. Hang on, let me just do this real quick. ABN, of course, for broadcasting the race. Thanks to the kart series and Lance Anthony, class act. This guy's just a class act all the way. I'm just really grateful for people like him in sim racing. He's a great ambassador for what we love, our hobby. We're not race car drivers, most of us, but this is where we get to at least, come out here and show up. You never know. Maybe I could have been a real Indy 500 champion if I had a shot. So it kind of scratches that itch a little bit. You never know. Thanks to Lance Anthony. Thanks to all the drivers out there for racing hard, racing clean, and thanks to my wife for supporting me. I love you, Alana. Thank you to my daughters, Zoe, Mila. Love you guys with all my heart. Thanks to everybody who showed up out here tonight. It was a great show all through the field. Thanks to everybody who tuned in. Thanks for the support to this great kart series. Crown Athletics, just fantastic series. Thank you. Last but not least, thank you to the Lord Jesus who died on the cross for my sins. Thank you so much, Jesus. You're everything to me. And I guess that's about it. Thank you very much. We'll see you next week, my brother.
A fantastic job for the number 7 camp tonight. Rick, congratulations on the Indianapolis 500 victory. Enjoy the rest of your night. Enjoy your weekend, and we'll see you again next Thursday in Milwaukee. Congratulations.
Thank you so much. God bless you. See you next week.
That was Rick Rivon, the race winner here in the Indianapolis 500. A phenomenal job for everyone involved in the race here in Indianapolis. Just lights the flag. Outstanding and brilliant. There's a lot more where that came from here on ABN coming up this weekend. We are going to be very busy. Saturday, 9:30 p.m. RX High Octane from Sin City, Las Vegas. It's comic book night. Gonna have a lot of fun in those trucks. Again, that's out here on YouTube, 9:30 p.m. On Sunday, May 3rd, Winslow Cup Series action from New Hampshire. Car tomorrow at Magic Mile. We cannot wait to go to New Hampshire. The Magic Mile awaits. Gonna be a wild time, that race, that is for sure. The flat ovals are something else in those car tomorrows, and that series is just cracked. The HTL Cup Series begins its 8th Cup Series season with Speed Weeks. The shootout begins on Monday, 8 p.m. Eastern Time, right here on YouTube. All the streams are scheduled in advance, so if there's one that catches your eye, go to it, bookmark it, like it, keep it saved for when that comes up. If you subscribe and you turn notifications on, you'll know when we go live for those broadcasts as well. We keep the broadcasting kicking on Tuesday, the HTL Prelude to the Dream, part of Speed Weeks. We head to Eldora for a charity event on Tuesday night. That is also at 8 p.m. Eastern Time right here on YouTube. We go to Patreon for Wednesday night's ABN Champ Car Grand Prix of New York from Watkins Glen. One of the fan favorite events, one of the driver favorite events. We get to do it again. And as we mentioned, Milwaukee Mile on the calendar for next Thursday. We'll be live 6 days in a row next week. That's going to be insane. Just absolutely insane. But we're here for it. We're glad you were here for us too tonight. A historic night for the Crown Athletics IndyCar Series. Rick Rivon grabs the Indianapolis 500 crown. Mirabella Viscali grabs the Rookie of the Year honors. Nick Pressey rounds out the 3rd place podium spot here tonight. Join us again this weekend. Enjoy your Friday. Enjoy a wonderful weekend. Stay safe, stay warm, stay healthy. On behalf of everyone here for CART and for ABN Studios, I'm Carmen Sienna. So long, everybody. We'll see you in Las Vegas.